Yes, you was telling me something. This sitting is resumed.
Yes, 2 appointment letters.
Honourable Leader Government Business. Sorry, Honourable Opposition.
That's the second time for the day, Mr.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to address just after the lunch break the chamber. And I promise not to be long. And I promise not to attack the honourable member for St. James Central. If he is to find important, if he is to find importance in his life, he will not find that by means of my focusing attention on him. I assure you. So I will not be attacking him today. But I'm going to support the legislation, the bill, with reference to liquor licenses and the arrangements and context to be established anew around which those licenses, etc., are to be issued and maintained. I am not given to strong drink myself. I am not given to strong drink myself. I am the son of a father who was much given to strong drink. And he drank for, Mr. Speaker, all the years I could remember him, and regularly, every day apparently. I've never seen him drunk to the point where he was falling and staggering or any such thing. It gave a little bit of fluidity to his tongue, and his expressions could become a bit colorful from time to time, and harsh could be his comment. But I would say I have never seen him sick a day in his life until a few weeks before his death. And I think that is to be attributed to something totally apart from the consumption of alcohol. I'm not promoting it, I'm just making an observation. Because conversely, I know of some who are as young as I am and younger, who, if they were to give themselves liberally to one or two drinks, immediately become so inebriated that they do not know light from dark. So the contrast is there. But I want to support the bill because I see the intent as being to expedite an area of economic activity which is important to Barbados, and to facilitate access to licensing, which in the context of our legislative platform traditionally, historically, has been rather a strenuous exercise, and impediments in the place which prohibited people from getting the access with the dispatch they desired to licenses for wholesaling, retailing, etc., serving alcoholic beverages. I want to underscore, I'm not promoting its use, and I'm not giving it to myself. I'm speaking with reference to what the bill is intending to do with reference to facilitating business and opportunities for business for Barbadians and for investors. But this was promised according to the previous minister just prior to my honourable friend from St. James Central. This was promised in a few weeks since 2019. We are well into 2021 right now. And if I may take the liberty of giving an interpretation and understanding of what I heard escape the lips of the incumbent minister, he did give credit to his predecessor for the little he did in advancing this cause. And to the extent that he was able to stand upon that platform of the little done by the previous minister, and to move us to a point since 2019, having been promised this in 3 weeks then, to bring us to this point today, I suppose, is to be commended. So I am commending the Honourable Member of St. James Central for the much he did in turning the little effort of his predecessor into something substantial and substantive as is presented to us here today. But there have been other known promises. There have been other...
Mr. Speaker, sir,
I
I do
remember
believe I should raise on a
St.
point
James
of order.
Central.
I don't think, sir, I ever used the word little. And while that might be an interpretation that is put on this matter by the leader of the opposition, it certainly never fell from my lips, and I think it is misleading to the House. I would want to say, sir, that I'll clarify. What I said was that I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for St. George South for the work that he had done.
I really don't think that can be disputed. I don't know where the Honourable Leader of the Opposition got the words from. Little, I didn't hear it in your speech.
I would want to apologize by all means, Mr. Speaker, if the word little was not used, but I sought to suggest that what was represented by the Honourable Member was that there was lack of substantive effort put into the cause by the previous minister, and that he substantially has worked to bring it to this point.
But honourable member, with the greatest of respect, you cannot infer. You cannot infer from a speech made by the honourable member for St. James Central those things. You are not a court of law, sir, that can make those inferences, sir. You cannot. You cannot do that.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with you most strenuously, but since you rule like that, I would not go there. I would simply speak with reference to the fact that the Honourable Member of St. James Central commended himself highly with respect to the effort he had done to bring this bill to this place in comparison to that which the Honourable previous minister had done, having promised us this in a few weeks since 2019. I hope we're all right with that. Right. So the record will stand to say that the Honourable Member of St. James Central, and I promise not to attack him, I'm commending him, did very well in bringing this here after a promise of almost 3 years. But there have been other known promises made by this administration, and that is to swiftly bring integrity legislation and have it passed through the Houses of Parliament of Barbados, through this House and the upper chamber. To date, we still wait for the integrity legislation to be passed by both houses of this Parliament, within the context of which the administration commands majority numbers. Now we are in past 3 years, and the country is crying out for proper integrity legislation to be attached to the conduct of public affairs in Barbados, and this government has spoken loudly about it and promised it, and I know of some of the promises which they have made, but to date that legislation stands unpassed in the Houses of Parliament, and therefore the records would suggest that we are without integrity in legislation, having been promised such, and notwithstanding the large numbers which now attends the government presence in both this House and in the upper chamber. So we have that. Now, my honourable friend from St. Michael South is not in his seat, and I mean not to cause him any... Honourable member for St. Michael South is not in his seat, and I am not reflecting negatively. And I am not reflecting negatively on that reality. It happens for reasons we have to be out of the chamber. There are several members who are not now here present in their seats because of the COVID situation and because of other business of government, legitimate business that demands their attention. I'm not reflecting negatively on that. I'm simply attempting to say that I would have preferred to say this in his presence, but he's not now here. And that is, I stood to my feet in this chamber almost perhaps a year ago, certainly several months ago, and I expressed concern over the potential and possible damage done to the coral reef structures in our coastal marine environment due to the fact that we had a number of ships berthed in the waters of, what does this have to do with liquor licenses? Point, you want me? Oh, I can try to make it clear to you what it does to liquor, but you're not going to stop me from saying it. Here's what it has to do with liquor licenses. The Honourable previous minister promised us this in a few weeks, almost 3 years ago. It is only now, because of the strenuous effort of this current minister, to which he himself has spoken and for which he himself has applauded his own person, it is only as a result of that that this legislation is now here. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, in that context, and I'm saying in that context, Mr. Speaker, that is not the first time that the mouth of this government has promised us important measures to be brought and passed in this Parliament. And I referred to the integrity legislation as an example, and just to remind this government that it has promised that to the people of Barbados, and let it therefore not be another 3 years before that legislation sees the light of day. I am saying similarly, that I stood on my feet here almost a year ago, and I spoke with reference to the damage to coral reefs off Barbados by ships that were anchored in our waters during the COVID crisis. And I was promised then, this House was promised then by the Honourable Member of St. Michael South, and I'm not being critical, I'm just reminding him that the House would be made to benefit of a report on such, and it has not yet come. Now, there are reports from credible sources in circulation out there that the coral reefs of Barbados have suffered millions upon millions of dollars in damage as a result of that activity. And I'm not going to speak to it here today, Mr. Speaker, because we want to talk about liquor licenses, but I'm illustrating that. And I'm saying to my honourable friend from St. Michael South that I'm giving him the chance as the minister sincerely to speak to the issue before I raise it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's some negative considerations to be taken on board with respect to the liquor industry in Barbados. There are many positives, but there are also some negative considerations. Barbados, it may surprise you to hear, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but I went to check. Barbados is credited with the 4th highest level of consumption of alcohol in the Caribbean and Latin America. I think that probably would surprise a lot of people. The 4th highest level of alcohol consumption in Latin America and the Caribbean. I say that to state a fact. I say that to set a context for my brief contribution to the debate. With a country that has the NCD profile, non-communicable disease profile, that Barbados now has, And when the opinion, the voices of medical professionals suggest that with this kind of a profile, the incidence of alcohol use becomes a dynamic that creates the potential for an even worse situation, even worse reality among our people with respect to heart attack and stroke and some of the other ills that plague our national community, then when one pauses to think of the reality that we're the fourth highest consumer of alcohol in Latin America, not only the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, and that's not only the wider Caribbean, Latin America and the Caribbean. I think we fall behind Guatemala, Argentina, St. Lucia. Barbados is number 4. Now, with our NCD profile, then that becomes an issue for serious consideration. Voices in here have been loudly raised with respect to the issue of domestic abuse as a phenomenon in Barbadian behavior which is highly undesirable and on the increase. Domestic abuse, primarily so male on female, perhaps some incidents of female on male, and I would not dare to go into any other relationship formations existing in Barbados, which other people seek to promote. But certainly domestic abuse is a problem. And I wonder if any consideration, any proper attempt to study, to do the research as to the extent to which alcohol consumption, bearing in mind we're the fourth highest consumer, the impact on our domestic relationship situation in Barbados, family life, therefore, Mr. Speaker, with respect to alcoholic use. It is certainly a phenomenon of importance, one worthy of mention, one worthy of focus, one worthy of study, one worthy of address. Then there's the issue of workplace productivity. Mr. Speaker, no mention of any of these things in the presentation so far today as I recall it. I'm simply seeking to broaden the perspective and to attempt to place on the table some alternative considerations or some additional, perhaps better said, considerations. But we worry about the level of productivity in the workplace, the marketplace of Barbados. It has been a bugbear with reference to the performance of the Barbados economy, the level of productivity, and how, therefore, has that been impacted by the dynamic of alcohol consumption. I have heard it mentioned with reference to this August chamber, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean to suggest in negative terms, and I'm not commenting on that, but I've heard stories which perhaps are legend of one or two people of note who have been honorable members of this chamber who would not dare to enter these halls to stand to their feet to give a speech unless they're first imbibed of a drink or two. And I think those stories are known to some of us. I don't know if it is true of any of the current honorable crop. And I'm not saying that, but certainly our predecessors here, and one or two or three of whom were contemporaries of mine in my first stint in this August chamber. And they would not come here to speak unless they lost a bit of their inhibition by means of taking a drink or two before coming to the floor. And we have known, and we have witnessed this outside of this chamber, that people sort of bolster themselves or calm themselves or energize themselves or excite themselves by use of an alcoholic beverage or two before they have to do whatever it is they have to do. But on a very serious note, the matter of productivity in Barbados must be a concern when we speak with reference to the degree of alcoholic consumption among Barbadians. It's a question of productivity. It's a question of safety. As an MP, I have had to deal, and as a pastor, with people who have been exposed to injury as a result of persons on the job who were under the influence while on the job. There are stories as well, which are almost myriad, certainly multitude, of people in the public service reporting to the job under the influence. Now, I'm simply saying, if we stand to consider the matter of the award of liquor licenses, updating the legislation to facilitate business, all of this may be good, but there are some other issues which come to the table, importantly so, as part of that discussion, and has to do with the impact or effect of alcoholism on the workforce, whether it be the public service or the world of private enterprise, and certainly on our health profile and on our family life situation. Now, if these are not matters worthy of consideration, Mr. Speaker, you simply have to tell me to take my seat, and I will take my seat. But I put them there for consideration. Now, I have a particular concern with reference to the influence of alcohol upon the behavior of our student population. And I believe that this is a very serious thing. I don't make light of this in any way. Neither do I attack the Honourable Minister of Education on this in any way. But I simply ask the government of Barbados, if you are considering today facilitating businesses for access to licenses, facilitating individuals for access for licenses, putting in place a framework that raises the age of majority with reference to this from 16 to 18. If you're doing these things, if you are increasing punitive measures attaching to breaches, then one of the things I believe needs to be seriously referenced is a matter of how the use of alcohol is impacting our school children. I tried to see if I could find some legitimate documents in the bosom of government anywhere, government agencies that speak to this matter. I did find some information with respect to the impact on our student population. There's some things that say to government very readily, hey, give some attention to us. And there's some things that governments get preoccupied with, get engaged in, involved with, obvious and necessary things that work to the betterment of the society, of the national community, interests of people, sectors, groups, etc. There's some things which are so very important, and sometimes they do not get the attention that the demand require. They don't get the attention that is necessary because they're not immediately obvious as an area in need of redress because of the political support, the vote support, the popularity dynamic attaching to them. Question is, how is alcohol consumption affecting our student population, and what has the government, this administration, done? What has any administration in Barbados done to significantly address what perhaps is a significant problem? Now, I tried to look at some research coming out of the National Council of Substance Abuse, etc. They did a report in 2006, that's a long time ago, and then they did a report in 2013 which suggested that the problem was getting worse. in the context of Barbados and in the absence of more up-to-date reports, one would have to conclude with all of the cultural norms which we've now embraced, with the expansion of the economy and the social activity in which we are now engaged as a country, that perhaps the problem has become even more exacerbated. The highest use, there was a high use, Mr. Speaker, among school children. In 2006 report, if I may make reference to that, one in every 2 students at class 3 and at class 4 in our secondary schools. 1 in every 2 students in class 3, class 4 had experiences with alcohol. 2013 report said things had become worse now. We are down to 7 out of every 10 reporting alcohol use. In the previous report, the average age for first consumption was 10 years old, Mr. Speaker, and in the second instance of 2013, it was 9 years old. 9 years old, the average age of starting out. Now, I noted in the presentation of the Honourable Member of St. James Central, there's somewhat of a bit of a punitive approach being taken to this thing. You don't sell alcohol to persons under 18 now as opposed to 16. You don't employ people, young people, to serve alcohol, etc., etc. But that's just the provision of a penalty. We need, in my view, to be more proactive and more robust in the efforts we mount, whether it's the Ministry of Education, whether it is one of the other social agency related ministries, whatever it is, to treat to the problem of growing alcoholism among our student population. A dynamic which impacts that from the reports was the parental issue, and the absence of a father, poor parenting, and those most given, those young people of the ages indicated, most given to use of alcohol, were said to be persons coming from homes where there was a poor parenting dynamic in play. Then, of course, the implications for teacher-pupil, teacher-student relationship in our schools. There's a growing tension between not only student to student, but student to teacher in our schools. To what extent, therefore, if any, does alcohol drive that and affect that? The issue of truancy. Truancy in today's terms, in today's world, today's reality, doesn't have as much to do with the absence of a bus service or even the inability of parents to provide in terms of monies for children. There are other dynamics which are contributing to the level of truancy. And the report suggested that the use of alcohol was one such. And the point I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, is that while we facilitate business, and we must do that, and we should do that, and we should provide for easier access to licensing, both for locals and investors from abroad who have operations here. While we do that, there are other things that we have to address as well in relation to the matter of the widespread availability and consumption of alcohol, our health profile, our family relationships, workplace productivity and safety, and other public service-related issues. And particularly so today, I'm concerned about the impact upon our school and our student population. We now know that we are at a place where our students now, our young people, let me say, are not only using alcohol, but they're using other drugs, and they're using combinations of drugs and strange cocktails with which the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central would be more familiar than I am, because I hear him talking about all kinds of things that I did not even know, frankly, were going on in Barbados. And I wish he would address this matter here in this debate today, because I'm concerned as to the extent to which our youth population, the Barbados of tomorrow, is being destroyed by reference to use of illicit drugs, the more nefarious and the more, what we would say, the uglier ones, but also the more innocent appearing ones, such as alcohol in various forms. Now, I didn't see, I read this thing before and I read it today while the Honourable member was speaking. While the Honourable member, Sir James Central, was speaking, I read this today again. And in Mr. Speaker, clause 2930 on pages 21 and 22, it talks about refusing to admit licensees, refusing to admit to the premises any person who's drunk or violent or disorderly, or the person to leave the premises where the person's conduct is disorderly. And in 30, permitting disorderly conduct, a licensee or person in charge of an establishment shall not permit drunkenness, etc., etc. But I guess we know what is disorderly behavior, but I do not know, in the context of a document which speaks to a legal frame, that we have sufficiently explained what it means to be drunk. There's no definition in this. There's no definition in this for the term drunk or drunkenness. But it says that you can refuse to serve a person who's drunk if you're a licensee, or you can put out of your premises, your facilities, a person who is drunk. But I don't see any definition for the term drunk. And I hope we're not therefore setting up anybody to get themselves in trouble because they're acting without a basis in law for their action. And on page 24, at clause 37, Mr. Speaker, and this one is interesting because to me it creates a context for conflict when one makes reference to our culture. And clause 37 of verse 24 says, a person residing within 300 meters of any licensed premises may make a complaint to the liquor licensing authority against a licensee in respect of the frequent drunkenness of patrons. Now, Mr. Speaker, you represent places like Bushall and Waterford, and the Honourable Leader's government represents a place like Bushall Yard Gap. We know I represent people down in Westbury Road and Barbary Hill, and we know that people get together legitimately so to socialize and to have a good time. Sometimes conversation can be loud, behavior can become somewhat what people describe as raucous, and it can annoy persons living in close proximity. Now, this legislation says you live in 300 meters and they're causing you problems with respect to drunkenness. Now, they may be talking loud, talking hard, they may be using colorful language. Does not mean necessarily they're drunk. The disorderly conduct of patrons, etc. And it goes on to talk about dealing with those situations and the peril to the holders of licenses in a context like that if the licensing authority finds that your patrons are drunk and disorderly and all the rest. Now, you're dealing with Barbadian culture, Mr. Speaker, and I know how easy it would be for some to get caught up in this. It may be very easy even for some members of Parliament who frequent those places for the purpose of drinking, who may get caught up in this, because I'm sure all of us frequent those places. Some to say hi, to buy a Coke, to say howdy, to exchange greetings and conversations and stories, some to drink. But it's a serious situation because there's no definition. You are now bringing this legislation into a culture. Now, I don't say that lightly. I lead a church, Mr. Speaker, That church is right in the heart of a community. It's surrounded by dwelling houses, behind, beside, before, all around, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes the loudness of the noise of worship and celebration can be offensive to people. And we know it can offend. But what do? Church was there before some. Some were there before the church. I'm simply pointing to a cultural reality. Therefore, when you translate this thing here, you bring this legislation into that kind of cultural context, I imagine you can cause some conflicts in the pine and cross in the ivy. And you need to make sure that you don't create a mess because of the way the legislation is worded and framed. And 300 meters is some distance away, but is anything within 300 meters? So you can imagine the boys up by member responsible for St. Michael East are having a good time, and they're drinking at the expense of the honorable member for St. Michael East. But they become a little bit loud. Some people consider it to be disorderly. Some people extrapolate that to drunkenness. And before you know it, the licensee is in trouble. And the honorable member for St. Michael East, who is known to the police, is before the law.
Who is known to the police?
He's known to the court. He's known to the police. And I don't apologize for saying that. He's known to the police. So we got to look at that because it is an important issue in my view. Now, there are thousands of people employed around this industry. So the minister is quite right that what you do is significant because the welfare, the well-being, the financial position and comfort of some people is impacted by this. There are thousands of folks employed in and around this industry. I was reading that the global market for rum is in revenue generation terms is about $32 billion. There's a lot of money. And Barbados, being one of the earliest rum producers in the world, would want to be the beneficiary of that. We've come out of a history of sugarcane production, molasses production, and therefore rum production is a solidly established industry with heavy market spaces in places like the United States, who are one of the biggest consumers of rum in the world. And $32 billion is a big industry with projected growth over the next 5 years of 7%. So it is growing industry. We cannot therefore see the legislation only in terms of what it does to allow a fellow who wants to hold a fete to get a license, but we have to see it in terms of the thriving, the advancement, the expansion of the industry, and Barbados' ability to penetrate the market and to command its space. Barbados, in terms of rum, and I'm not talking other liquor, but in terms of rum, certainly is a net earner of revenue from the manufacture and export of rum. I think by as much as $72 million on the gain side for Barbados. So we export $73 million. We import about $1.5 million. So we're net earners of good money from rum. And that's a reality with which we have to square. Now the minister needs to consider it. He didn't say it here today, but I'm sure it is very much a part of his approach to the work in the ministry that will lift the efforts to a higher level as compared to the past, as was intimated by him. So the question would be, how does he plan to help the players in the industry, producers and the exporters in the industry, to deal with any challenges which they face? Barbados needs to earn foreign exchange, needs to grow its economy, needs to depart from its one-legged dependence on a singular industry, especially now the evidence is clear. And any platform that works for us, which is legitimate, we need to make sure that it is strengthened. So how does the minister plan to help producers and exporters deal with the challenges? I know in the past, I do not know the extent to which these challenges now still obtain, but there was a decreasing availability of molasses from which you can produce the rum, a decreasing availability of regional molasses from which you could produce rum. And if that's the case, how do we address that? How does government facilitate the redress of that? Also learned that in terms of U.S. policy, there were challenges emanating from their tax policy on granting of subsidies to rum producers, rum exporters in Puerto Rico, in the U.S. Virgin Islands. These are competitors of Barbados, especially in the U.S. market, and therefore the issue of refunds and subsidies and tax policy, which presented at some stage significant challenge for rum producers in this part of the Caribbean. How does government intend to facilitate that aspect of the industry, and how does government help to extend or expand market penetration for private interests, especially private domestic interests, whose business it is to see what they can export to the world, to earn not only for their companies, but to earn for Barbados. Did not plan to be that long, Mr. Speaker, but I was mandated to speak for as long as I can, so that others may have the chance to be back here to speak. And I think they are here now, and I have done my duty, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm appreciating the Honourable Member for St. Michael East giving way to his sister from the south.
I didn't interfere with you, don't interfere with me.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this liquor license bill. Let me say at the outset that given that I have had the fortune of actually running an establishment selling liquor to the public, I believe I am in a privileged position to speak from a position of authority about the impact that this particular piece of legislation. Indeed, you have, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have visited indeed. And therefore, having had the opportunity to not only serve, but also to manage a family business, Brady's Bar in Bath Village, Dover, I believe I can speak on behalf of several other operators of certainly these similar establishments, rum shops, places selling liquor, to simply say that this is certainly a welcome change to all entrepreneurs across the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the Honourable Member for St. James Central mention some of the challenges, but I will go into a little bit more detail because I feel it is necessary for persons to understand the true context in which the framework of applying for these licenses would take place. Mr. Speaker, you would have to obtain, I think it was 4 application forms, duplicates, not carbon copies of the application, sir, but 4 same sheets of paper, and you would have to have these application forms completed, and you would then have to take them to health, which in our case was up in Oistins, for them to sign. You would have to obviously return the remaining copies back to get your appointment, usually in the Christmas period, which for most people would be the busiest time of the year for shopkeepers, and therefore having to take time out of the schedule of running the business in order to have to go down to the court in order to have the application heard was often, again, quite frustrating, sir. The other challenge that you had is that if you had to wait long for the magistrate to be sitting, and whether he or she had turned up on time, then it may answer you well know how the court system is. So you could be there early, the hours of the morning, waiting to have your appointment to have the hearing before the magistrate, only to find that the process had been delayed considerably, and people would spend quite a number of hours waiting to have the application heard, and obviously, again, enduring lots of frustration. Not to mention, sir, that in preparation for these applications, you obviously had to make sure you had all the other licenses in place. You had to make sure that all of your staff obviously were in a position to have their health certificates as well. So it required a lot of running around, going to the police station, making sure that various stamps were placed on the various forms. And as the Honourable Member for St. James Central has indicated, for most shopkeepers across this country, it was a very tedious process that one would have to endure. Not to mention if you were playing music, which most of these businesses do, that was another complicated process as it relates to the permission that then had to be granted by the police in order to give you permission to play the loud music. And that in itself created its own issues in terms of neighbors sometimes having some challenges with noise, or in some cases even the same police having challenges with persons playing the music into the wee hours of the morning. In many cases, sir, what often frustrated a number of shopkeepers as well, and indeed at my own establishment at the time, was that sometimes the paperwork may not always have been in place at the Royal Barbados Police Force and certainly down at the Magistrates Court. And you would often get a visit just when the establishment was kicking, when the place was full. You would have a visit from sometimes an officer or two or three parking just outside the establishment with a view to checking to see whether your license was in order. And many times, Mr. Speaker, I beg the question of officers, because our paperwork was in place, but I beg the question of officers whether they didn't have other things to do in terms of dealing with the issues of crime, because it seemed that this was a process that was relatively straightforward and one which did not need to engage the officers in pretty much just trying to find out whether someone had a license or whether they didn't have the appropriate license. I am therefore thankful to both the Honourable Member for St. George South, who I know had put in considerable work in this particular piece of legislation, the draft legislation, and also the current minister from the member for St. James Central, for the work that has been put in bringing this to fruition. And let me just say that I recall that when I was sitting in the other place in the other House of Parliament, I recall the then member for, I believe, St. James South at the time, indicating, he was the then Minister of Industry and Commerce. And I recall him indicating to the country then, probably back in 2016, that it was the then government's intention to be able to change the way in which the liquor license applications and the entertainment license applications were actually addressed. And they had met with stakeholders as well. They wanted to obviously bring it out of the magistrate's court, similar to our views on it. And the truth is that even with all the best efforts then, because this has been on the cards for such a long time, because I'm going back 2016, but this has been talked about for quite a long time in terms of making these major changes. Even back then, that minister at the time was unable to accomplish what the Honourable Minister today has been able to accomplish, and certainly this administration has been able to accomplish albeit that it doesn't meet the satisfaction of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in terms of its timing. But the truth is that we have put in the effort. We have met with all of the stakeholders. We have listened to all of the various views, because I'm sure that in coming to the position that we have here today, we've had to take into account the views of numerous stakeholder interests in order to be able to arrive at this position. Now, I will also mention the fact that even after sometimes going down to the court, sometimes you had to go back for one reason or the other to collect the license. And therefore, the process of dealing with this continue to frustrate the very people with whom we had a responsibility to empower. Now, over the last couple of months, this administration, no doubt recognizing that with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, it would have been made extremely difficult for business owners who were engaged in the sale of liquor to be able to ply their trade and to certainly be able to make the necessary, generate the necessary revenue from what they were doing. And a significant investment was therefore made into helping to support those families who depend on not just the sale of liquor, but certainly shops and small businesses in this country, sir. And I think when you understand the origins in many cases of these businesses and how they emerge, you would perhaps appreciate more, Mr. Speaker, why this government certainly saw it fit and necessary to be able to provide that assistance to many of those small business owners. When we speak sometimes about, for instance, rum shops across the country, sir, and I know the Honourable Leader of the Opposition will smile at this, there's a saying that there are just as many churches as there are rum shop establishments. And he made the point earlier that in relation to noise, that sometimes some people could be offended by the loud noises sometimes emanating from churches, just as they may have concerns relating to noise emanating from other establishments selling liquor. But I want to speak to a practical issue in relation to this, because I don't see much difference in terms of this legislation and what the practice was before. Because for the most part, if persons living near an establishment had a challenge with persons being drunk, and in particular, it wasn't just people drinking liquor, as the Honourable Member would like us to believe. We are talking about situations where persons, because they were intoxicated, oftentimes trespass onto other people's premises, sometimes vandalize their premises, damage their property. And as a consequence, obviously, those persons then suffered a grave loss. I think those are the types of scenarios that we're talking about within this legislation, which are already captured. So this is not creating any new example or any challenge for the general public. These are situations where people loiter onto premises and in many cases create havoc for people living in the surrounding areas. There is the process of obviously reporting it, indicating obviously to the officers exactly what is happening, and certainly an investigation is usually done and a determination made as it relates to the particular license being issued. I mean, I recall my mother had a way when she operated the bar that anyone who was so intoxicated that they could not or they should not drive home, there was a general culture within Barbados that you would try to get the person a taxi. You would try to make sure that the person did not have to traverse the roads by driving their own vehicles. I think that is the culture of Barbadian society, and therefore when we speak in the legislation to the responsibility of licensees, in many instances, I can speak from first-hand experience, that many people will not, if they know, will not allow persons to leave the premises so intoxicated that they traverse the roads. Now, shopkeepers can be everywhere, sir. So obviously, if persons drink alcohol when they're in the car or they have extra alcohol, but that is a different matter. But for the most part, I think most shopkeepers understand their responsibility not only to the persons who are consuming the alcohol, but also that their responsibility extends to the persons who may be traveling on the road as well. And there's no benefit that any shopkeeper or any person who has an entertainment event can gather from certainly creating such an environment that people then bring harm either to themselves or certainly on to others. Now, I heard the honourable member, the opposition leader, indicate concern for our young people. And this legislation does in fact take into account increasing the legal age limit for young people to consume alcohol, raising it to the age of 18. He mentioned that there were 2 reports previously done, and perhaps if he'd done a little bit more research, he would have recognized that there was also a 2020 survey that, that was also released. And when he asked the question as to whether or not this administration had taken the young people into account, I smile, sir, because on coming to office, I was told by the NCSA that they'd had some challenges under the previous administration in relation to their access into the school plans and being able to interview our young people to really ascertain exactly the level of substance abuse in the country. So I would urge the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to perhaps get a copy of the report, which is 2020. I'm just getting the title, the Barbados National Primary Schools Survey for 2020. And I certainly had concern that there was such a large gap between the last report and us coming to office. And the report is titled, Sir, Drug Use and Related Issues Among the Primary School Population. The survey was only done in relation to the primary schools. The 3rd, sir, and the 4th, class 3 and 4 at the primary school, which was how all of the other studies were done, sir. If the honourable member had taken the time to read the reports in full, he would perhaps have recognized that.
Mr. Speaker, my dear honourable friend must not mislead the House. I tried my best to get what I could out of the government agencies. Obviously, if you're not on the government side, you don't get the ready access that members on the government side do. But I tried my best up until this day to see if I could get the most recent information. I am glad to hear that there's more up-to-date information. I'm very happy if the House could be told as to what the report suggests, and if the situation is getting better or if it's getting worse. Because if it's getting worse, it reinforces my point.
Well, honourable member, she's making reference to it, so it has to be made a document of the House.
Well,
It has to be made a document of the House.
I was going there.
I would like to hear her. I would like to hear her speak to it.
What I'm going to say. I believe that I have to share this information with him and with the country, because the reality is that this government doesn't do anything lately. And the reason why the limit would have been increased in terms of the drinking age was also because of concerns expressed in the same report and our own observations as members of Parliament, not only in your constituency, Honourable Member, through you, Mr. Speaker, but certainly across the rest of Barbados, because we are all part of the wider community where we not only see how our young people are being exposed to alcohol, but we also are well aware that they're also exposed to other substances that have crept into the society as well. So the report, Mr. Speaker, and I would make the document a document of the House, has indicated that just over 56.2% of all students reported the use of any drug during their lifetime. Of the substances investigated, alcohol was in fact the most popular, followed by energy drinks and then inhalants as well. Notably, fewer students reported lifetime use of tobacco, cigarettes, Fanta, and marijuana. And the average age of first use for all of the foregoing was between the age of 7 and 8, sir. So the statistics have shown what this administration has been well aware of in terms of our own findings on the ground, but it further reinforced what perhaps are some cultural practices that have been long-standing and which perhaps have been reinforced over the years. But it has also led us to take into account the high rates, but also to recognize that we had to do something and we had to respond. And thank you to the various stakeholders who would obviously have introduced a number of these things into the conversation as well, and certainly to the NCSA at the time for approaching the Ministry of Education with a view to having these studies actually done. But sir, it doesn't end there, because while we can say that young people aren't supposed to work in the shops and in the places for selling alcohol, or while we can say that we're not to be able to sell the alcohol to persons until they pass the age of 18, the truth is that the concern for this has to start from the youngest age. And I share with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition his concerns as well in relation to the public education that has to be out there, whether in the form of parenting programs, whether within our schools. We have a very strong health and family life program within the schools, which as a result of this has had to be strengthened to ensure that our young people, especially during this pandemic, are exposed to the dangers of substance abuse. And as I said, it's not just, we may think it is only alcohol, but our young people have become even more creative, and a lot of the behaviors that we are seeing acted out maybe as a result of the use of alcohol, but in many cases it is a combination of drugs that is causing a lot of the challenges in our society. And that is the direction that we've tried to push NCSA to also look into as well, because it is no longer the traditional drugs that we have to be looking at. It is no longer just alcohol. It is no longer just marijuana. It is no longer just cigarettes. Or even the inhalants, because now they have found even more creative ways to mix drugs for their own purposes. And therefore, a number of our approaches have had to become very school-based in terms of prevention. And obviously, that has to be buttressed by working certainly with the Ministry of Community Development on a number of the community-based activities as well, because we have to meet our young people where they are. I don't think that it needs to be said, but perhaps it should be, that again, persons I don't think willfully set about to sell alcohol to young people. But the truth is, for those who engage in that practice, then I think as a society we certainly must denounce that behavior, because we know the dangers, especially on our young people, that result from the use of substances, certainly at a young age. But sir, I wanted to just address that point from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I know he was being mischievous when he raised it, but I don't think he expected that there was in fact a 2020 report. So I'm glad to have enlightened him. And sir, I also want to say that while I support this bill, I support it against the background as well that this administration has been working tirelessly to try to reform a number of the pieces of legislation that have become quite outdated. And this is but another example of the efforts that are being made. You know, the truth is, Mr. Speaker, that we have been doing so many things that I am of the belief that we will not truly see the benefit of what we have all been doing across ministries, perhaps for another 3 to 5 years. But a lot of the groundwork is being done. A lot of the transformational things, Mr. Speaker, are in motion. Sometimes you meet hurdles along the way, but the truth is that we all, regardless of however many ministers there are involved in the ministry, the truth is that we try to deconstruct and to reconstruct ways of doing things as we know them. And we do that, sir, because we understand that in order to transform this economy and to make our society and certainly our citizens more globally relevant, we have to ease the way and the pressure upon which many of our business people feel when they have to do business in this country. Early on in this administration, we would have made changes to the Planning and Development Bill. We would have brought a Planning and Development Bill to bring an ease as well in relation to persons who were seeking to develop properties and to construct properties across Barbados. We've also seen the introduction of the passports being able to be applied for online. We've had the changes to the road traffic legislation. We've been able to make it easier for persons to be able to apply to pay their land taxes and their VAT and other taxes online. And we haven't stopped there. We've moved to be able to have even the Barbados identification cards becoming in a digital form, sir. Now, all of this, sir, again, may sometimes seem like it is too much happening for some people all at the same time. But again, I will say I honestly believe that the true effect and the impact of a lot of what we are doing will certainly be felt over a period of time. Legislative reform is not something that is an easy process because it also requires a change in culture. And I speak, sir, from a position where even in relation to things like, whether it's things like corporal punishment, whether it is in relation to the abolition of the common entrance examination, or any of the vending legislation that we've tried to look at and to try to make changes to, it is never easy to make the change, especially when people have become accustomed to a particular way of dealing with things. And so when we talk about issues of domestic abuse and how alcohol may be linked to domestic abuse, we accept that that is a fact within our society, sir. Obviously, it means that related agencies have a responsibility to ensure that the public education is out there, but also that the social care agencies are there to support persons who find themselves in abusive relationships, because persons may drink too much alcohol and come home and basically take it out on their women, or indeed sometimes their men. These are the realities of our societies. This administration hasn't created those realities, sir. Those realities have been there from the beginning of time. There was always alcohol, there was always abuse, there were all of these things. What we have a responsibility to do is to make the changes to the old legislation, certainly, to make things a little easier for people to access the court system, or to change the structure so that it makes it easier for people to do business across the country. And so this piece of legislation, I know, will be welcomed by all of the stakeholders who have been deeply frustrated over the years. I know that things are now not where they should be in terms of economic activity, but it certainly lays the foundation for when things are better, for people who want to now apply to come into the marketplace to be shopkeepers or persons holding events. The process has now been made a lot easier and simplified to give them the opportunity to do things that perhaps they would not ordinarily have done, sir. And therefore, sir, I want to place on record my support to encourage the Honourable Minister to not just do what sometimes happens, which is that we pass legislation, but sometimes we do not keep a keen eye on its effectiveness and its implementation. My main concern in this would be making sure that even though we've taken the teeth away from the magistrate's court and we've placed it in the licensing authority, that we ensure that it's properly staffed, that it has the correct complement of persons and the trained persons to be able to turn around these applications quickly, because all of the effort that has been made here today to get this to this place will come to nothing if the people who are put in the positions to deal with the administration and the application of these licenses are not either properly trained or they do not understand the importance of being able to respond within the very ambitious timelines, but certainly timelines that are necessary if people are to plan their events, plan their activities, and plan their business effectively, sir. And therefore, I would want to encourage the Honourable Minister to reflect on that and to ensure that this legislation is given the necessary teeth that are required in order to make it effective. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Sir, thanks very much. for engaging me at this time. This legislation is fundamental. It is fundamental because, and it is not just reform, it is a radical transformation, as simple as it looks, because the legislation of the 1950s, obviously, there was some latent psychological damage done to black business at that time. 1950s, this legislation and the people of the mindset of the 1950s would have been very concerned with the growth in that first half of the 20th century of black businesses coming to existence. We just come out to the agriculture. This ownership of rum shops was a major breakthrough for the mobility of blacks. And I'm not going to deal with it in the same manner in which my friend, leader of the opposition, have dealt with it. He probably will look at it from a more moral perspective and compare it with what he called drugs and so on. But I am going to look at it in terms of economic empowerment of our people in the 1950s. And in that environment, with black people bringing back home money from the Panama Canal, and the effort to purchase lands in this country which they were denied, and which we try to, in a very small way, address it at a latter part of the 20th century by the introduction of the Tenantry Freehold Purchasing Act. Sir, I feel more passionate about that aspect of people who were landless, of people who people thought and who deliberately distort truth by saying that these people had no business qualities. They didn't have those kind of endowments at all. So people had us relegated to cutting and growing sugar cane and felt that we could only plant potatoes and yams. And I want to make that point over and over and over and over again. Black people could not run anything. So we had to make some major decisions in that first half of the 20th century, including revolt in the 20th century. I could just imagine, sir, how a man like James Trudeau would feel, but he was always aware of the evolutionary changes over the years. He was a black shopkeeper, selling groceries and some rum too. And you know, sir, apart from criminalizing this establishment rum shops and forcing people to take a snap of rum down in the dark in something called a bar, where you had to have the structures in place to accommodate the type of people that used to drink snap. So I talked to the boy that got in the hotel or in a special room and talking about special brandies or whiskeys. This was a small man owning these enterprises, and consumers, smaller men, consuming a few grams of liquor. And here it is, in order for you to get a license, you had to go before the police first. You just understand the mindset of the time and the liberation that this legislation is about to bring, the psychological liberation, whether it is conscious or subconscious, sir. You understand what it is when a man had to hide in a corner and drink this thing, and the children who benefited from this thing, angry with the fathers and mothers, even for running the shop itself. I want to praise the ministers, both ministers who are known to be part and parcel of the putting together this important type of legislation. Sir, you know, we had to make some special decisions in that period. And not only James Tudor come to mind, because we can talk about that some more. It was a sense of consciousness that made Tudor understand the importance of helping blacks to have shops all over Barbados. So he was not just a supplier, he was also a retailer. But many of the shops that were set up in those times, Tudor was the man who worked hard. And there were other shopkeepers who emerged as well, but always with the assistance of Tudor or other wholesalers in the country, who probably might not be conscious of what they were doing, creating this grand opening for black people to be elevated into a central position. All of these children, probably some of them in here now, whose grandfather and grandmother had shops, never wanted to work in the shop. They didn't even want people to know that their families own rum shops. So what they did is assume, and out of probably what they might perceive as an evil, came a good. Because most of them became professionals, and that kind of black business they started to struggle over the years. Everybody wanted to be a doctor, everybody wanted to be a lawyer, but you could not understand what was happening in the society around you because the sociological interpretation of the day was not as rich among the broad masses of people as it is today. But although they can understand it better, they did not participate in trying to sustain that kind of business. So that is, you see, sir, at that period, there are all kinds of dynamics. And you had people fighting for political liberties too, democratic growth as well. You had people fighting for opportunities in education and economic activities and opportunities all around. And that is where the philosophy or the ideological thoughts of a man like Kwame Nkrumah, when Nkrumah said at that specific time when he was the president of Ghana, he said, seek ye first the political kingdom. Because he felt then that the emphasis of achievement for the breakthrough had to be in politics. But there were other forces out there that said, well, this is now a conflict between your effort to achieve governance and our effort to preserve the economy and continue to dominate the economy. They wanted to dominate the economy always. And the entry of black people into business coming out of the not that you can't cut yourself away from the period of time. So some still had to remain in the cane fields. But the work in the cane fields was so hard and inhumane that they had to numb the conscience in the evening at the rum shop. Some pray. You know the hardship we went through. Some pray. So therefore you had the churches. But some went to the rum shop after probably 12 hours of work. 6 to 6. And some hum Negro spirituals. Huh? So capture the period. If you really fully want to appreciate what the Minister of Small Business is doing today, sir, capture the period then and capture the period now. And you have to admire the ministers who decide that this must become part of the new forms of legislation that is so badly needed. So a few years ago, this government decided we had all of these tenantries. Most of the people who were living on the tenantries and had $100 in the bank. And that's why you're hearing me saying from time to time, where are we going? I feel good today because I think we are back on track. This is one of the greatest and most progressive pieces of legislation. No matter how certain people will look through it quickly and feel it's a minor adjustment. You know what? It's a man want a liquor license and he gotta go down on his knees at a police station, and sometimes the police dismissing people when they get there, turning around and around. And then you gotta dress them and go down in the magistrate court, down by the steps, below the steps, sometimes you wait when you hear a name called. Well, psychologically you feel as though you're a real criminal. And you're only going for an instrument that allows you to be legitimate to sell rum. To sell rum. So you understand the liberty that you have actually given to the mind of people by not allowing people to go down. I know you're talking about if it's in the jurisdiction in St. Peter, you go to whatever district court you have down there. If it is the one there at Border Hall, you go to that. I understand that too. But it should have never happened among civilized people where a black man, or even any kind of man then, should have to go down in a magistrate court or go to a police officer to plea. To plea. You ain't got no basis for denying you. You ain't went away. You don't even know where the location is sometimes. But he has to approve. He carries you around in circles, and then you got to come back now, go to the magistrate court. All kind of unnecessary confusion we had to go through as a people. And sir, in the meantime, our people were fighting in that period, just coming out of the adult franchise. I'm saying that to me, when I look back to see that struggle that we went through, not just the kind of encumbrances were being put in the way. You go and you work hard in Panama, because you can't get no work here, you go to Panama. More than half the people who migrated to Panama died prematurely in Panama. You come back to Barbados, you send back your money to Barbados, you buy land. Somebody discovered that you buy too much land. Suddenly you only got a few acres. But then legislation come. Again, because these people were still in control of the separations of power in the state. And then even when a blackface comes, in order to survive, you still had to be dependent because they had the economic power in the circumstances. So your Masters and Servants Act came into play. So we hold you back, even when you broke through the adult franchise, you know. So now we're here in 2021. Probably, look, lots of things probably happened in the last election because of some form of divine guidance in the hearts of the people of Barbados. Because some of these things that we're doing now, if you telling me that we were against this approach since 1991, and that is at the level of the legislature and government. You don't understand that black people who were trying to get license, who had no power in this country, they were against since the 1950s. And it now come to this level where matured men and women say this can't happen anymore. It must not happen anymore. So this battle for us is not just wrestling with these issues in a unilinear way. The reality is that we are dealing with so much complexities all at the same time. Economic adjustments, legislative adjustments, then trying to interpret for other people who actually know are newborn slaves. Because you got newborn slaves, you got anti-black blacks, you got all kinds of different human beings in this society. You now have to tell the people of Barbados what this means in terms of transformation. That this is a form of affirmative action. Obstacles and denials and negations that we had to face over the last decades or so. And that what we're now doing is trying to create an opportunity for the empowerment of our own people. And when you speak this way, I only speak and use black and white because some people pretend that they can't understand. When I talk working class people in Barbados, I am living in Europe. It is synonymous with working class, is synonymous in Barbados with who is black. So it ain't got nothing to do with racism and you don't like this body or anything. When we make these adjustments, we know who were the culprits at the time that wanted to continue to monopolize in perpetuity. And we had to work hard, separate. People talk about our people not preserving businesses. But that was a difficult thing. Because when your mother or your father decide that they want the children to achieve something, very few people want to go back to cutting canes. You can call people anything. Horticulturalists, agronomists, all kinds of things you can call people. But we know that you're going back in the mud and push your hands in the mud, and we know that the society continues to look at you as an inferior. It happened in Haiti, in the revolution. When we break down the barriers of slavery, when the black government came into place, the people didn't want to go back in no cane ground. The people in Haiti don't want that. They're dealing with the Edders and the Casada. They fought the revolution, and they were of the opinion that is slavery itself. So we didn't want to go back to Buckley and Niels and Lower State and the Bell and that place. We didn't want to go back there, Appalachia, none of these places. We ain't going back there. So the Minister of Agriculture got a lot of work to do. And there's a transformation that has to occur psychologically first. And that's what we're doing in this legislation. Because although you're making it easy to do business, that's a superficial way of defining the significance of this amendment or this new piece of legislation. It can't be to new business. You're liberating the mind of a subconscious obstacle that was there. Huh? How much, not, look, if we had to confess, there ain't too many here that won't own a ram shop. There hardly any of them. Well, you, a lot of the way left here, Parliament, you ain't gonna get 12, you ain't gonna drink out the ram shop. But that's the nature of this business. You come here with all the good intentions, and then you get some body blows in and out. And then, I see good people coming here, sir. And I see good people coming here, sir. And many days they venture into the membership room. And nobody wants the sandwiches. When they make any of them, they would have gone straight for the bottle. And I heard an honourable member, I think it was the opposition, leader of the opposition, talk about how many people at least find themselves there. And he would understand the importance of this. Where it says you're spiritually blessed. Spiritually blessed, right? To make sure that they invite, right, with this special beverages, right? But sir, I'm serious. This is transformative action. It is transformative action because it's a new consciousness among parliamentarians, so it's political too. It's a new consciousness that we can debate this and do not get bogged down with the morality of it. And in many cases, when we try to look at issues of this kind, when we look at marijuana, and when we begin to look at alcohol, sometimes when we begin to look at vendors, everybody pulls out. Everybody started to get pulled out. Vendors should not be on the highway. But vendors can't be on Broad Street because the legislature have got a lot of frame of mind to recognize that Broad Street is suitable for vending too. But you preserve Broad Street because you feel that Broad Street must have certain aesthetics so that when people go downtown, they will call the window, the glass shop. Right, they must be able to look through the window and it must be unblemished. Nobody should touch the glass to it. You must be able to see the clothing in there that look attractive. You don't want to hear, and then you got a blonde woman in the window. And she can put on anything she feel like. She ain't got to pay the price for indecency, right? But you have that. But you have lots of black people walking all down through there looking at people, mock things that ain't even look like them. And everybody want to buy that. They didn't call for the alcohol to do that. It is your mind that allows you to do that. Helps you to do it with great comfort. It's your mind that takes you to a church and hear how you are made in the image of Jesus Christ. And you look up there, you see a funny looking man. And every Sunday you go up in a church that was discriminating from the time the Christians come here. Push your man in the back pew. Your father down there, when you come, you go sit down in your place, down in the back. I went to a church called St. Cyprian's at water with these people. And my aunt used to be ringing. Every Mr. turn so to go up to the first few seats in the front, my aunt turned the flesh. I said, come here, boy. Go there. And pushed me down in the back. So she was dealing with me up here at that time because I really belonged to the back row. So that's what I'm saying, that the minister, this is not a superficial approach to legislation. We have to take into consideration how do we transform the lives of our people economically, socially, politically, psychologically, everything, every facet of life. We have to be a conscious people of what it is we want to achieve. And here with these people who every minute want to prove that they're more efficient. I keep saying it all the time. They got people that come in here, waste people time. Waste people time boasting about how efficient they are in comparison to other people who had a system that is faulty. Are you trying to correct and make a faulty system more efficient than somebody else? Well, you got to be, sir, I don't know if we're right here, but you got to be more culprit than them. This is a faulty system. You can't tell me that you want to make it efficient. We are here to transform and to do things differently. And although this might be even, some people even call it the Rum Shop Act rather than Liquor License Act. You understand the hard work that the Barbados Workers Union mainly. You understand the hard work that the Barbados Workers Union had to put in and working in collaboration with the political powers then and bringing about these changes. You understand that these people never had no mercy. You never had the mercy. I saw women passing by my house, something had on 6 dresses going to work. 6 dresses. The dress is heavier than the body that carrying it. 6 dresses and pumps and barefooted, working in campgrounds every day. So you got to be able to take a legislation of this kind and to strip it naked to fully appreciate how transformative this is and how progressive it is. And whatever we can do as we go forward. I know all this thing about small business, and I want to hear some of the people who were small businesses in the 1980s and 90s. I would love to hear. Even some of them don't appreciate it because some of them like to talk enough foolishness too. But them in the racist and them in support. Some of the same people that would benefit from a clear understanding coming from the people in the House of Assembly who are very clear and got a vision for the future. And if this government has a vision for the future, then we have sometimes to talk people through this, to let them better appreciate these changes that we're bringing into being. We can't get it right. We can't get it right. We might not even be on so-called, I don't want to say principle, but for people who probably have Christian orientation, we might not be so well Christianized to fully appreciate that as a fundamental in a matter of this kind. And as you heard before, some of us are the offspring of people who consumed it. I can't condemn it on the basis of morality, or you can't condemn it on the basis of, well, what is it that is so different? If a man drinks whiskey at home and consume more than a human being should try to consume, and a man who only got a couple of dollars in his pocket will go around the corner. Now I see men getting up in the morning. I live side of a rum shop, sir. I live side of a rum shop. And when I look to the right as well, there's another rum shop that closed at present. But it really produced some brilliant minds. People who went as far as tertiary education. But the father owned the rum shop. And on mornings, when you getting up looking for breakfast, I had men up there looking for breakfast too. And the men live and work hard. And live long. And I believe that's what the Honourable member from St. Michael's West was trying to understand, how it is that men consume so much rum and live longer than other people who are all guided by all kind of health products and things of that nature.
I remember, I noticed you're speaking, you're emphasizing the term rum. I know you understand, you, because in those days it's just rum, no finery. You understand the term rum. So you're speaking like pretty girl and states and stuff like that.
Yes, when I talk about working class people, we don't even know the other exotic titles, sir. It is something that you have to spend time in a special school dealing with hospitality to be able to become very au fait with the kind of language and the jargon that describes the kind of drinks that you're having.
Liquor, not liqueur.
Yeah? I liquor man, and a liquor man. As you rightfully said, not liquor. I thought liquor. When you hear man say what liquor, you understand clearly. When a man comes, I want rum. I know it, sir, from all on the days of pretty girl.
Pretty girl, right?
Huh?
States, yes.
Yes. So, and let me tell you, the consumption level is extremely high. Barbados boasts a lot about the sugar industry and the rum industry and things of that nature. But then, something to distort the conversation by talking about the morality and what is right and what is wrong in terms of the consumption of this special beverage, sir. But, sir, it is clear that the minister understood quite well how important this thing is, this legislation. It took us, and I hope, hopefully some of the other things that we need to address, it would not take us so long. This took us, what it is, over how much? Over 60 years. It took us a lot of years before we get here. I say you're doing this from, and rum was around before 1957, 57? From all back in the days of a gentleman who I'm going to make an address about later this evening, sir, hopefully after 5 o'clock. I am going to speak to some people in the Parliament of Britain this evening about a man called James Drax. Well, all these men know very much. They know the value of rum. I want us to understand what the value of rum as well. So I'm telling you that we are making major inroads and in my position, I speak this way because, as I said to the press this morning, on a matter with some Rastafarians behind NTW, and I said to Barbados today, sir, that I am here responsible as special envoy. I didn't even know what the term meant before. But I am here as special envoy on matters of reparation and economic enfranchisement. And I think that this instrument that is before the House today is really an instrument that I can fit neatly into the package of economic enfranchisement and reparations. I can also see it as some form of justice for our people. A long struggle imposed upon us, and now we are in a position to put these wrong things right. That is what this Parliament should be doing. I don't like to hear apologists. If I hear apologists talk too much, out the chairman and gone. Because these are problems that we have had. We don't hate anybody. We don't have to go against anybody in terms of trying to push them out of the economic market, but we need people to get into the economic market too. And if it means anything, and if we respect anything coming out of the 1950s, we got to respect the opportunity that those people who born before the 1950s have given to us to even do what we are doing now, because those people could not even vote. They could not even vote, but when they got the right to vote in the 1950s, they expected a difference in the behavior. So if there were any kind of obstacles in terms of their opportunities for growth, in terms of their opportunities to the expansion of education, when we came here in the 1950s, there were only a few people talking about secondary education because they believed that we are now trying to cover the 3 R's. But we had to cover secondary education between the 1950s and the 60s, and nobody even dreamt about tertiary education. It is black government that recognized the denial and the opportunities and the stigmatization of the things that we were involved in terms of economic empowerment. It is that black government that was given the authority to change things. And who don't like that in Barbados, who don't want to hear the word black, there got some people, as I said before, and it's probably more graphically explained, people black like Barbara Green in Barbados, and don't want me to talk about black people. Black people in Barbados. They're so obsessed that they don't even go get a prescription to change the color of the skin. Go down to the pharmacy and mix up all kinds of concoctions. And a woman that you see or a man that you see in October 2019, you see the man, a white man, overnight. So that's what we're dealing with. We're still struggling with it. I heard Farrakhan saying if you want to become a millionaire overnight, you just have to import 3 or 4 containers of wigs. And with a few bank holders coming up, all these will gone. Blue hair, red hair, green hair, long all down. People got boy head like mine, got these things all down the bottom of the heap. All of this legislation is trying to address. If you can't see it, sorry, here you're talking about what is inferred. Well, look and see what is inferred in the legislation. A transformation of the life of the people in a very meaningful way. That's what it's all about. And you're talking about saying, what is the new one? No, not know they sell. What is the new one? Is something about you just know who we are. It must not be words that is made up of a void. It must got meaning. In order for you to know who we are, you have to know all these things that I'm talking to you about in here now, sir. In order to appreciate the adjustments, to understand the work of the trade union movement, to understand when the trade union fought alongside a political party for changes in the labor market, better working conditions, increments, a shorter work week for people who had no limitations. You just at least made them understand through force. Workers' Compensation Act. Workmen's Compensation Act. You had all of these changes, sir. Put this legislation in the same category of all of those progressive forms of legislation. Sir, I'm extremely proud to be here today. You know, I don't normally speak like this. I really am proud of what the minister has done. And a coal pond thing, opening the opportunities for people who had opportunities for the burn, because the burn with opportunities in the pigmentation. They had opportunities for anything to burn, and if they had sense for anything to burn, so boy, this life is going to be sweet for me. I'm fighting for decades now. For people to see me as an equal, to see my friends as equal, to see people who grew up in my neighborhood as equal. I have been fighting for decades to see people respecting the workers on the road, to see people respecting the people who go to Liquors Village. I'm telling them, don't tell me anything negative. If I leave Parliament tomorrow, don't tell me anything negative about the Ivy, Howard's Crossroad, Martinique, the Pine, Carrington Village. I don't want to hear nothing negative. Because all of you all got slave origins. You can't be no better than anybody from an industry. And when you see life that way, then you'll be able to appreciate what it is that is happening in here today. I want to join with all those who fully support this legislation and giving full kudos to the two ministers who are responsible. Thank you, sir.
Honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to join the debate to support this bill. This bill, an act to modernize the system for the issuing of liquor license and to regulate the sale and supply of alcohol, and to repeal the Liquor License Act, Cap 182, and provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I must say to you that I'm elated in this chamber, and I'm happy that we have reached the stage in our development, both as a government, as a political institution, and more importantly, as a people. But Mr. Speaker, let me thank those members of the then Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce that I worked with for some 2 years. And let me say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this journey that we embarked upon to modernize and to amend this anachronistic piece of legislation, I would call it, to ensure that business in this country was recognized among not only those persons who manufacture liquor for sale, but those persons who ply their trade as retailers, and those persons who we will categorize as small businesses. Some say entrepreneurs, but I say small businesses because I like to differentiate between entrepreneurs and small businesses, even though an entrepreneur can be a small business. But I want to recognize those persons who for many years, and I may not put it like the member for St. Michael or the member for St. James Central, but whose basket and hoe were their only means of survival, and whom, as a result of building on a little shed roof, and I can speak to that from a position of strength, because I will give you my examples. Those persons who add on a little shed roof and set up 6-pack of biscuit, like the late Miss Bess from 6 houses above my parents' home in Ellerton, St. George, and corned beef and biscuit, and how they attracted persons to their businesses through the sale of liquor, some persons. So they catered for an entire community, an entire grouping, not just on the morning when I journeyed to Mrs. Best's place, just up the street from Ellerton Primary School, to buy the biscuits, to buy the tunas, to buy the sardines. But when I looked to the right was Miss Greenwich, and I saw the guys who came for the liquor. Rest Miss Greenwich and Miss Bess. 2 persons that never had much education. This is a fundamental piece of legislation. Huh? They never had much education. But what they had was the business acumen. And they recognized that they could not sell biscuit alone to put bread on their table. They recognized that they could not sell corned beef alone. But they recognized that the fathers would come to purchase a variety of goods, because what attracted the fathers to the shops was the sale of liquor. And I'm not talking about intoxication and this sort of stuff that we heard about persons. And I'm going to get there because the National Council on Substance Abuse was a key stakeholder when we sat at the Loyal Erskine Sandyford complex to discuss the intricacies of this piece of legislation before going to CPC, and thereafter CPC's comment, several iterations. So I heard while driving that the minister didn't do much. But I want to say to whoever would wish to say that the minister didn't do much, I don't mind not doing much. My value in this chamber and my value in the ministry is for people. And when much people, I can use the word much, are empowered, I don't need to do much. My job is finished once I empower my people and I pave the way for working class people and small businesses in this country. I have a different mandate now, but I support the member for St. James Central, who has been a thorough strength to not only to me, but to some new MPs when we sat on the other side in opposition. I don't think the member for St. Michael West was fortunate at that time to enter the chamber. In those days when I came into the chamber, you know, he's a very good member, and I love him. He's a friend of mine. I say to people, he's a friend of mine, and he will always be a friend of mine, even if he criticizes me. He's a man of God. But at the end of the day, when you look at the members of this, the 29 members, including the other member, because he's a friend, there's unity, and where there's unity, there's strength. So what was handed to the member for St. James West Central, we started the work, and we serve at the mercies of our Prime Minister, esteemed Prime Minister, and she saw it fit to make a change. But just remember, we pass batons, we don't drop them. We pass them, and we carry on the race. We pass batons, we don't drop them. What was Joe?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to really have to stop the honourable member St. George South in his stride. Well, I think he's misleading the honourable chamber somewhat. If I am hearing him correctly, and he is saying that the honourable member of St. Michael West, when he spoke in this debate, criticized him and spoke of his having done little while in office, he's certainly wrong. I was simply saying that his colleague from St. James Central said that. So if he thinks that that must be dealt with, he must deal with his friend, honourable friend from St. James Central. I was simply saying that a member for St. James Central applauded himself while putting down his colleague from St. George South. I was just saying it myself. So if he wants to deal with that matter, let him deal directly with the member for St. James Central. Come on, be a man.
Continue, Honourable St. George.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the honourable member for St. Michael's West. How he's feeling in 2021. You know, I think he wants to return to the fold, and we will welcome him to the fold. But at the end of the day, if the honourable member sits there and wants me to criticize my esteemed member for St. James Central, then I will not engage in such criticism on this honourable floor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Again, he's misleading the House. I am not sitting here wanting him to criticize his honourable colleague from St. James Central. The honourable member for St. George South told me, Mr. Man, speak for at least an hour. I want to get back here to deal with Kerry Simmons. Be a man.
Mr. Speaker, those words never came from my mouth.
I would figure that we are in this honourable chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
Can I speak, sir? Honourable, when I'm speaking, I have to believe that when I'm speaking that the chairman must listen. I think we are here to debate the liquor license bill. Let us stick to that. Let us stick to that. And exhibit all the decorum that this honourable chamber deserves. Continue, Honourable St. George.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member might have when I spoke to the honourable member, I had to leave the chamber, and I said to the honourable member, take some time on the floor because we don't want to wrap up the debate. And I needed some time to speak in this chamber with the work that I have done.
Honourable member.
I apologize sincerely for the interruptions persistently, Mr. Speaker, but the honourable member is misleading the House. He will never get me to facilitate him in anything again. Speak for 1 hour, Joe. I want the opportunity to speak in this debate. I have to get at Kerry Simmons. He is of the view I did nothing about this. Be a man, boy.
Honourable members, let us set the record straight. I do not, in all honesty, believe that this chamber should be in here at such a critical juncture, debating what an honourable member might have said outside this honourable chamber. I do not think that that ought to be brought into discussion in any debate that is being held in this honourable chamber. So I would suggest that we refrain from any talk that might have occurred between members outside the precincts in relation to this debate. I do not think it is necessary and appreciated in relation to what we are debating in this honourable chamber. If it was said in jest, etc., there's no need to bring it here into discussion before this chamber. And that is my ruling.
And Mr. Speaker, I apologize for my part in that exercise, but I felt honestly I had to set the record straight. I apologize to you as the chair. Never again.
Mr. Speaker,
Please continue.
I have nothing to apologize to this chamber for, and I will move on. The honourable member, as always, seeks to divide what we have united as an institution, but he will get no support from the 29 members on this side of the House. And he is welcome to come back. And if he misinterprets our discussion, then I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, the strategy for transformation has been laid by the member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister. And Mr. Speaker, while I was interrupted by the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, we have taken several aspects of our business sector and we have infused technology within the aspects of the business sector through legislation, through policies, through procedures, with a view to empower our people. And this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, we have taken our people, and it will take our people from the informal business sector to the formal business sector. And that is one of the strategies for transformation. We intend to create credit-worthy businesses through this piece of legislation. And I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Greenwich, if she was alive, and Mrs. Best, if she was alive, would be part of this transformation process. And these were persons who didn't go to any secondary school. So this piece of legislation intends not to leave any person behind. This piece of legislation that is here before us, that we worked on, both the member for St. James Central and myself, sought to deconstruct and reconstruct outmoded policies and procedures to promote the ease of doing business. And that is what this government is about. not only the liquor license legislation, but police certificate of character. The honourable member mentioned those. We looked at the whole aspect of applying for passports online. And what this piece of legislation has done, it has allowed us the opportunity not to close our businesses, our small businesses, continuity of business operations within those villages, whether urban or rural Barbados, and to apply for a liquor license. When we started this journey, Mr. Speaker, statistics will show that we had some 1,000 odd liquor licenses awaiting approval. That was in 2019. 1,000 liquor licenses awaiting approval as a result of the bureaucratic nature going to the health authorities, going to the magistrate court, 4 different forms. This piece of legislation that we are seeking to bring to you, the people, and to this Lord Chamber, through this Lord Chamber, will modernize and allow those small businesses to indeed run their businesses and ply their trade and to employ people. Because when you have to shut your doors to go to Bridgetown or to go to the jurisdiction in which you're applying for this license, you're losing business. You are losing business. But what I think has been the benefit of this change is the digitization process. And we have worked assiduously to ensure that the financial literacy aspect of small businesses becomes a reality. That we, as a government, place tremendous emphasis on those small businesses, on those working class people who are seeking to own their own businesses, who are seeking to sell wines, and it is not just rum. I keep hearing the talk about rum. My mother don't drink rum. I don't think we serve rum in the Anglican Church, but we serve wine with some form of percentage of alcohol, and that is constituted as liquor. So when we speak about the Liquor License Act, it is not only about rum. Wine is liquor. I don't want to get into the heavy stuff. But at the end of the day, we have transformed and we will transform through modernization of this liquor license regime to ensure that businesses, not only businesses, but industries are well regulated and that the regulation is undertaken in the most efficient and effective manner, promoting growth and sustainability across all classes. It is not just about selling rum. It is about making sure that when you, as a wholesaler, as a retailer, as a manufacturer, get into the sale of liquor, it is done on an efficient and effective platform, and that you can utilize technology. And that as a result, we will bring some of the small businesses into the formal business sector because they will be recognized as playing a trade. And of course, this whole aspect of pain will be dealt with as well. Because gone are the days when we have over 1,000 licenses sitting down in a magistrate's court, and we don't know who owe from who don't owe. Then the whole bureaucratic nature of sorting and analyzing. With the sweep of press of one button, you will see who are the persons who are overdue by 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. This is indeed what I call transformation and deconstructing and reconstructing outmoded policies and procedures to ensure that business is indeed thriving as we seek to develop and bring this country to first world status. But Mr. Speaker, the whole aspect of seasonal license is important. Sporting clubs who would want to sell liquor over a 3 months period, a 2 months period, those persons who also will go around to the karaoke's and set up their shop, they now have the opportunity to pay, I think it's a $500, and have a seasonal license without seeking to travel from one jurisdiction of the magistrate's court to the next. That is cumbersome. So that 5 months process and 3 months process and 2 months process has now been contracted and reduced to 5 days. So my club, Malvern Sports Club, they have the opportunity now to apply for their liquor license, and they can ply their trade in a very short period of time. So closing your door is no longer an option as you seek to wait on a liquor license. I've had several examples I've had several cases and situations where persons have telephoned me many occasions asking me when this piece of legislation will be read in Parliament. And I know those persons who are listening, not only from the constituency that I represent. It is said that St. George has the most rum shops in the country. I think the member from St. Joseph may want to debate that, but St. George has many rum shops, or I should say, many facilities that sell liquor. And at the end of the day, when we can not only deal with those persons who are active right now, but persons who want to set up a business, who frowned upon setting up the business as a result of the challenges, with getting a liquor license, will now feel empowered to set up a little one-door shop whereby they can ply their trade. So this is one of the stimulus that we will use to enhance small businesses in this country for the sale of liquor. And with liquor, I keep saying with liquor, comes other fruits and vegetables. And this is not about getting drunk, because the National Council on Substance Abuse spent many a days discussing this legislation. And I want to compliment them because they have done work with rum shops in this country, many rum shops, to ensure that minors, and we have addressed that issue of minors person being 16 years old and being able to buy liquor or sell liquor. We have addressed it before. I think the Minors Act spoke to persons under 21 years of age. But we now have brought it to a minimum of 18 years old, under 16 years. And the National Council on Substance Abuse They have done a lot of work with the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, and Commerce. And I want to congratulate them at this stage in my presentation. And I know that this legislation is not a piece of legislation that people will abuse. I know that the National Council on Substance Abuse, they have committed to working with the shops throughout Barbados to ensure that the sale of liquor is formal and it complies with the regulations that we have set here and the legislation that will be passed in this lower chamber. So I am not at all worried about the use of alcohol among certain class, certain groups. We have a duty as a government to ensure that our young people, and as Minister of Youth, that our young people stay away from drugs, inclusive of alcohol. Because when we look at the whole role of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, those persons who aspire to be sportsmen and women, successful sportsmen and women, elite sportsmen and women, world-class sportsmen and women, will understand that the use of alcohol should be minimal. So while I'm here supporting this piece of legislation, I will not advocate for our young people within this country or any other place to abuse alcohol usage or drug abuse. We have a challenge in this country, and I will urge our shopkeepers to act responsibly, because we have a challenge in this country. We know some persons will want to abuse it. But I urge you, as we make business less cumbersome for you, shopkeepers, I will want you to join forces with the government to ensure that our young people especially, and citizens on a whole, they do not abuse this piece of legislation and see it as saying that the government of Barbados has approved the use of alcohol or the overuse of alcohol. But to see that this piece of legislation is a piece of legislation to enhance and improve the ease of doing business and to allow our small working class people and small businesses in this country to operate a business without the stress that they would have endured prior. We started this piece of legislation way back in 1991. And I have iterations of cabinet papers from 1999, 2010, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015. But what we have done as a government in less than 3 years, we came to office with a transformation agenda to stop the bleeding first, and then with a transformation agenda. And this was part of the transformation agenda. Page 33 of our manifesto speaks to the ease of doing business and utilizing technology. And within less than 3 years, we're at this stage as a government. And if you want to tell me that is slow progress, then something is wrong. Among other things, since 1991, we tried to do this, to amend this anachronistic piece of legislation for the betterment of our people. And you want to tell me that between 2018 and now, we can be criticized for being slow? Well, if we are slow, I don't know what is fast. Again, I want to thank the members of the Ministry of Energy now, Small Business and Commerce, formerly the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce. I think I got it right, member, for St. James Central. It is Energy, Small Business and entrepreneurship, yes, including commerce still. Because despite the change of guard in terms of passing the baton, they're stuck to their task. But we are forgetting a key aspect of this piece of legislation, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. Many a days we journeyed to the Attorney General's office, the member for St. Joseph, to discuss this piece of legislation. And he made sure, with the hawkeye that he has, that this piece of legislation that we brought to this chamber, that the member for St. James Central worked on assiduously, tirelessly, was free of errors. And I want to thank CPC and the Attorney General's office for the cooperation that they give to me as the former Minister of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce. Because indeed, to amend piece of legislation, persons may think that it is dropping pie in the sky. But that is not it. It called for detail, focusing on the fine details within the aspects of the legislation, whether it's the liquor licensing authority, how that will be administered, whether it is the civil penalties, whether it is the administrative penalties as the legislation speaks to, how those will be administered. It calls for a legal mind to sit daily and nightly to address those issues. But Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the sporting community, the small businesses, the entertainers, those persons who will from June to July to August during the crop over season will be moving around Barbados, selling their liquor, their wines, their spirits, their beers. They are indeed happy because it only takes one application now that will be returned to you in 5 days for you to have a seasonal license during the crop over season. Likewise for the cricketing season and the football season and the netball season, those small businesses are happy to know that you can apply for one license now as opposed to a daily license. As you move from St. George to St. Philip, you have to change jurisdictions, the magistrate jurisdictions. You don't have to do that anymore. You just go to the Ministry of Commerce, the director, and you apply online. Sorry, you don't even have to leave home. You apply online on an e-service platform. And within 5 days, once there are no objections, you have your seasonal license that you can move around Barbados from parish to parish without having to worry about the magistrate and the police. But I want to caution those persons who may want to use this as a means of circumventing the role of the police. We are not an irresponsible government. We will not say to you that if you break the law, your license will not be revoked. And there are clauses in this legislation that the member for St. James Central spoke about. Because if you break the law and you involve yourself in illegal drug trafficking and any form of illegal activity, the police has the right to shut you down. So while we have divorced this piece of legislation from the magistrate's jurisdiction to the Ministry of Energy, Small Business, and Entrepreneurship, we still have the police to oversee some of the activities that we will condemn if we have to, and there's a role for the police. So let us respect the law and let us execute our duties and conduct our business in a wholesome and a legal way. Because what we have done, we have given small businesses an opportunity to earn a living and put bread on your table. This piece of legislation, when combined with the Financial Literacy Bureau that I know the member for St. James Central is working on also.
Your Honor has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. we are aiming to empower a class of people, some persons who never went to secondary school, who don't know anything about financial literacy. They are good with their books. They're good, as we would say, in adding how much money you owe them on a cigarette pack, the back of a cigarette pack, and that was used when we went to school. That is how Miss Greenwich and Miss Bess used to add up how much we owe them in the village. But technology has pushed us now so that we, as a people, don't matter how old you are, you can learn financial literacy free of cost. That is what this government is doing, going around to our communities to enhance this piece of legislation through financial literacy. And Mr. Speaker, this is what we call transformation. This is what we call empowering our people. This is what we call leaving nobody behind. And last but by no means least, utilizing a digital platform to transform the lives of our people in this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important piece of legislation. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I certainly won't be as exultant as my esteemed colleague from St. George South. I don't intend to belabor this honourable chamber too long this evening either. But I want to say to the Member of Parliament of St. James Central, I want to give you my unbridled support in bringing this legislation to this honourable and august chamber. And I want to say to you also that you have done yeoman service, you and the Member of Parliament for St. George South, to get this bill here in record time. You have done in 30 years what wasn't done in 30 years, you have done in 2.5 years as a government. I want to applaud you for that diligent hard work. But I want to locate my conversation, of course, to clause 27, which speaks specifically to the sale of intoxicated liquor to minors. And it sets about a series of measures that we as a responsible government will be undertaking to ensure that we not only protect the children of this country, but that we protect the society as a whole. The reality is that we have a duty as legislators to protect our children and to ensure that our moral litmus test is passed at the end of our tenure. And to pass that moral litmus test, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to treat categories of people in a special way. The elderly, the disabled community, and last but by no means least, those in the dawn of their lives, the children. We have a duty to ensure that our children are protected. And every series of legislation brought before this August chamber must have at the core the lives and livelihood of our children at the center of the discussions. Or not, we are spinning top in mud as it relates to the future of this country and the growth and development and the sustainable, of course, development of this country. And I want to say that if I speak specifically at clause 27, where the sale of intoxicated liquor would be curtailed as it relates to persons under the age of 18 years old. That there be charges and a fine up to 10 years, or, a charge of $10,000 or 5 years imprisonment for persons who aid in ascertaining alcoholic beverages for persons under 18 years old. That those who employ minors so that they could be involved in the sale of alcoholic beverages or the trade of alcoholic beverages, that person could be subject to a fine of $10,000 or 5 years imprisonment. And what do we have before us? We have legislation which seeks to protect children from themselves, because that is the duty of each and every one of us who enters this August chamber. It is our duty to protect our children. And I not only say that mindful of the fact that I was Minister of Youth for the better part of 2 years, but in a previous life as a pharmacist. And I want to speak today in that capacity. Alcohol, and I want to repeat, alcohol is consumed by a large population of our youth. A large population. In the world, as I speak, at least 70% of persons under the age of 12 years old, 70% of persons under the age of 12 years old had their first exposure to an alcoholic beverage. 70%. The average age in Barbados for alcoholic exposure is 10 years old. Now, if these figures are not troublesome, I don't know what is. And then, it is not only the alcohol that we sell to our minors that is a problem for me, but it is the other drugs that young persons can find themselves in was using alcohol. Alcohol is a primary gateway drug. And when I say that in the context of the fact that alcohol is used prior in 80% of cocaine users, prior to the person using cocaine. And over 70% of heroin users, alcohol was used prior to that person using heroin. The figures are there. And when I say alcohol is a gateway drug in Barbados, as I speak, there is an issue of purple drink and lean in Barbados with our young people, where we are having maladaptive patterns of behavior in Barbados. As I speak. And this is not a whimsical discussion that I'm having. This is reality. So when I have a minister who is bringing legislation to ensure that we protect our children, to ensure that this maladaptive pattern of behavior and the associated drug use is curtailed among our young people, I want to applaud him. I want to applaud him. Because it is a real phenomenon in Barbados. Where young people, and they don't need to go in to the cocktail to tell persons what is happening, but I'm saying it today in Parliament so that parents, so that the guardians, and so that the adults could see and identify certain things happen around their household with their children and take note. That's why I'm speaking today. So when I talk about purple drink, and I'm speaking to the parents today, when you see your child who doesn't have a cough, with certain cough mixtures at home, I want you to take stock. Because it's those combinations use along with alcohol, that's causing a lot of problems in Barbados. What we call the purple drink or the lean. So when parents see these things at home, they must recognize that there's a problem on the horizon. That there is a problem on the horizon. And when you see Jolly Ranchers in the children's pockets, or at home, or on the shelf in great numbers, again, there is a concern and the red flag should be raised. Along with alcohol. And then the combination in cocktail, you have ecstasy or methamphetamines thrown into the whole pot. Now, this is the problems that we are faced with in Barbados. So when they have a member of parliament and a minister who understands that this is a problem that we must control, and we have a duty to protect our young people, to say to those who are selling, imbibing, and having a social beverage to leave our young people out of it, I must applaud him. Because I worked over 21 years having to deal with it as a pharmacist. And mind you, in order for a young person to fill a prescription, he has to be 16 years or over. And that is a prescribed drug. That is a drug that has been prescribed by a doctor who makes a diagnosis and puts it on a prescription. So if the doctor who is prescribing a drug, and alcohol meets the category of a drug because it alters the body. A psychoactive one because it can alter the psyche as well. And if you are saying that if a drug prescribed by a doctor, a trained practitioner, could only be collected by a person over 16 years old, but I have to support and ditto every single thing that the member of parliament for St. James Central say. Or the aspect of this legislation that speaks to the fact that alcohol should not be given to persons. Should not be given to persons under 18 years old. But it's common sense. Although in the last 10 years you can't even find for you or 10 cents. But it's common sense. I am saying today that if we do not put measures in place to protect our children, then we are lost as a society. And this measure that is brought before this August chamber is to protect their children from maladaptive patterns of behavior associated with alcohol use. And you saw, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, because you're a man on the streets and on the grounds. You probably saw on social media a couple of months ago a young man in a bathroom take off all his clothes after using the purple drink and the lean mixed up with alcohol. 15 years old, and the father in the same plate saying, "Son, what you do?" You saw it. The whole of Barbados saw it. It went viral. But you know what? That's one of the side effects of the methamphetamine mixed with the purple drink and alcohol. Endothermia or heat in the body, causing persons to take off their clothes and lose their psyche. And the next day, Mr. Speaker, they can't say if it is day or night. That is the problem we are faced with. And then the Attorney General has to deal with the wanton behavior and reckless activities in this society. But when you recognize the source of the problem, of this, as I called it before, maladaptive patterns of behavior, when you recognize the source of this problem, you realize that a lot of the time, it starts from combination and drug use, or what we would call in medicine, cocktails. This is the problem. And I'm speaking in this chamber very real today because I dealt with it for 23 years. And I can tell you about the episodes that I have encountered. When your body is developing at that young age, your liver is developing. There are certain aspects of your anatomy that is not quite ready for this level of drug use. So I'm saying again that this legislation seeks to protect young people from themselves and allow them to have a normal, developed life in society. So I have to give it my support. You hear about the psychological problem associated with drug use. You hear about it every single day. The loss of interest at school. The problems at home in families. Teachers complaining about the problems. And that is the psychological aspect of it. But then there is the anatomical aspect of it as it relates to damage to liver, kidneys, and all the other vital organs as we know it, as it relates to our young people. And a lot of times you see these problems emanating, and you want to know what is the source of it. We have a duty as legislators not only to ensure that there is sustainable economic development, but there is sustainable development of our people. Because at the core of sustainable development, I always say, there must be people, there must be partnerships, the planet must be involved, because I'm the Minister of the Environment. You can't live up the planet. There must be prosperity, and last but by no means least, peace. And all of them must be intertwined. That is the only way. But every piece of legislation that is brought before this chamber must recognize the importance of protecting our young people and to ensure they have a tangible stay in this country. They are the future of this country. And ultimately, we have a responsibility to ensure that the future is protected. A responsibility. And that is what this legislation does. It takes into account that there are young, impressionable, and vulnerable people in this society that needs our protection, that needs to be protected from themselves. I've already spoken about the different indicators and different active principles that parents should look at home, because the signs are there. I've already spoken about, in a previous setting, about the behaviors, the antisocial behaviors associated with drug use and the combination drug use. I said before that the alcohol can be used as a gateway or a drug to enhance other drugs and to be used in combination with other drugs. And that is a problem that we are faced with. So I'm appealing to young people today. Parents, guardians, teachers, members of the church and society, to look after our young people. They are the future of this country. And we have a responsibility to ensure that our legislation protects them, and that any person who steps out the boundaries as it relates to this legislation, that they will feel the full arms of the law. And clause 27 speaks specifically to a $10,000 fine or 5 years imprisonment. That is the deterrent. Because we have to be serious. We have to be serious about how we protect our young people from the vagaries of drug usage. And don't fool yourself. Alcohol is high in the category of a drug that is not only addictive, but it follows all the tenets of dependency. There's tolerance, which means that you're taking, after the first exposure, you need more and more of the same drug. to try to get back the first euphoric effect or the excited effect. That's what it means. And it also has withdrawal as a sister. Because after you stop taking it, there's a whole set of symptoms associated with its cessation. Restlessness, insomnia, nausea, you name it. And then the psychological effects. So for our young people, I'm saying that the legislation is there. But there's a reason for the legislation being there. And I want parents to recognize that when you see sometimes young people with Jalo, you think that it's Jalo that you buy in the supermarket and mix them and put it in the fridge, and you taste it, there's a different story behind that. There's alcoholic Jalo shops now. I'm telling parents these things, and teachers. There is candy now laced with alcohol. There's all types of methods that children will be using to ensure that their drinks and their products are infused with alcohol. So you have to be aware. You have to have the visual acuity to understand and see things around your home to protect your children. That is your duty as a parent, to do every single thing in your power to protect your child. Simple. And now you have the legislation to ensure that if that does not happen, that you will face the consequences. The young people are the future of this country. They are the bedrock. And if we don't protect our young people and we lose them, then we lose the entire country. And that is what this government is not here to let happen. We came with a mantra of caring. We came with a mantra of empowerment, which is legislation seeks to do. We came with a mantra of enfranchisement. Again, that is what this legislation is going to do. And we say that there must be economic and social reform. Again, that is what this legislation is doing. That is what we said as a government. And we said as a government that we will move in record time to correct all the malaise in the last decade. That's what we said. And in record time. What did not happen in 30 years, I am saying today is a good day. This is the day that the Lord has made. That's what I'm saying. And we should be rejoicing and be glad in it. That's what I'm saying today. A good day. And a great day for the member parliament of St. James Central. Because he has done, and I don't know if he practiced sorcery, but he has done what many before him tried and did not do. I persevere, does great things every day. That's a little maxim I knew. I learned when I was 10 years old. And I didn't get exposed to my first drink at 10 years old, although that is the average age in Barbados. What I'm saying is these things that we have to give our children to hold on to. So when RF, and I'm appealing to the shopkeepers now, they come to the shop and say, I want a shot of brandy or whiskey. The duty of the shopkeeper is to say, well, where your ID card is. Because they have the duty to protect you from yourself. That is what the shopkeeper must say. Not to look at the bottom dollar, but to say, I am protecting you from yourself. And then you can have the conversation, because a lot of times we in this society, we don't talk to our young people. Let them know there's a better way. This is a better way to do things. Because that is what society was made of in my day of being a young man in the society, an impressionable one at that. You had to be part of a society that was governed by each and every single adult in the society. There's a saying, a village can raise a child, but I would go a little further. A village can not only raise a child, but most importantly, a family can. A family can raise a child. And shopkeepers are an important part, an integral part of the village family. So they can help raise the children in the right way. And that is all we are saying in this legislation. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, and I know that for politicians, few means forever words. That's a new acronym. But with those few words, I want to say that the young seeds in this country must be the future trees. The young seeds in this country must be the future trees that will grow and protect the society, bear fruit for the society, and ensure the longevity of the society. The only way that's can happen is if we provide nutrients for these seeds in a metaphorical way. We are able to protect them. We are able to provide care, love, empathy at times, and do everything in our power to ensure the survival. I am sure if you put alcohol on the seeds, they will wither. So, figuratively speaking, we have to be able to nurture our young people. So I want to say to the member of Parliament for St. James Central, I give you my sober, abstinent, and teetotal support to your legislation. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable for St. Philip West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It would be remiss of me not to contribute to this particular discussion. I'm not going to be very long, but there are a couple of things that I think worthwhile mentioning at this particular point in time. First, let me congratulate both ministers who have been dealing with this issue for some while, for being able to bring it to fruition at this particular point in time. There are two sections of it which stick out for a person like myself. Having 30 plus years been involved in the entertainment industry, and equally 30 plus years in being able to deal with young people in social work, the two measures that stick out for me are both, one, the ease of doing business for those entrepreneurs within what we call the creative economy, and their ability now to get these licenses and to be able to do a lot more within a season or within the year than previously they've done. We've removed a lot of the red tape, and I won't have to go over all of it. I think the Honourable Minister responsible made the point that this is really transformational for that sector in terms of being able to do their business at ease. But one of the things that a lot of people seem not to grasp or oftentimes miss is that this alcohol that oftentimes get a bad rap from many, many people is responsible for what we in the entertainment industry call the nighttime economy. And without that alcohol, a lot of the spin-off things that an economy benefits from would not happen. And people oftentimes don't give the alcohol itself some credit where credit is due. So let's take a simple look. We can talk a lot about alcoholism and the abuse of alcohol, but I'm a very practical man, and I also don't pull any punches when I have to speak. Now, alcohol does not come off of the shelf and call nobody. Never yet. People abuse alcohol. Alcohol does not abuse people. And so therefore, when we are having these discussions, and then oftentimes I think when we are talking about alcohol, And especially when it comes to rum, which is something that this country is responsible for inventing, 1703. We speak of it in such, I don't even know what term to use, but we put it on a lower bracket than, let's say, we talk about wine, or if we talk about champagne, or we talk about all the other things that are foreign to us. We give them these, glorified approaches. But then when you talk about a rum shop, then all of a sudden you begin to create pictures of lowly people, bad behave, cursing, carrying on, and all these things. But yet, if you tell me that we're going to a wine tasting, you expect me to dress a certain way, have biscuits and stuff, and it's a wonderful experience. And I think that as a minister responsible for culture, it would be completely remiss of me not to remind people that the very alcohol that sometimes we are so quick to denigrate, that rum was created in this country. And so therefore, when we speak about these things, yes, I'm not unaware of the problems. I am very much aware of the problems that the abuse of alcohol bring. But that is a human condition that calls for another type of intervention. And so, even though I am happy that we've been able to move the age to 18, but the truth is, unless we as a people begin to take this simple word, it is called responsibility. And it appears to me that a lot of people living in Barbados today do not want to have anything to do with this word, responsibility. It is the responsibility of parents to deal with their children with these matters of abuse of anything, be it alcohol, be it drugs, be it getting involved in violence, or that is what parenting is about. It is the responsibility of governments, yes, to provide additional help where parenting fails. But at the end of the day, there is also a responsibility on the individual. It is called ethics. And you will hear me speak on this particular word time and time again in this chamber. Because without ethics, all of the other problems that arrive around these things arrive. So I get a little bit annoyed sometimes when I find people trying to find scapegoats for their own misconducts or their own misgivings. So if it is from the devil made me do it, then it becomes alcohol made me do something. This thing made me do this. Every time it is negative, it is somebody else except yourself. And I oftentimes have to tell people, if you want to see the devil in full glare, look in the mirror. Because that is where the devil will be. You have control over how you behave, how you think, and how you act to each other. And so therefore, I am glad that we have the legislation, but I have to speak directly to those persons who would encourage young people to abuse and do these kinds of things with alcohol or any other substances. You have to look in the mirror and ask yourself, is my conduct productive or counterproductive to the betterment of the child, to the betterment of myself, to the betterment of my community, and by extension, the betterment of the country? And on that note, I have enough said where that is concerned. In fact, I will use one simple Bible quote, Minister, those who have ears to hear, let them hear. And I will say no more where that is concerned. Because I think oftentimes we fool ourselves into thinking that legislation can do enough to change behavior. But I've lived long enough to know that since time immemorial, we've put legislation after legislation after legislation to stop people from murdering and doing all things. They're still doing it. And they will continue to do it until the end of time. But if you don't deal with the real problem, which starts at how people view themselves and how they see their interaction with other human beings, then we are going to be coming into this chamber and having to legislation after legislation after legislation to deal with things that really and truly are in the realm of sometimes simple things like common sense. On the note of the nighttime economy that I began to speak about, having been involved in entertainment for 30 plus years, it is important that those persons who are in promotions, those people who run shops, those people who run clubs, those people who run hotels, and those that have that ease of being able to get these types of transactions done quickly and efficiently. And to have it now where we're going to be doing these things online is really, as mentioned earlier, the first step. The ideal situation would be to have a one-stop shop at some point in time where those persons who operate specifically within the festivals arena can get all of the licenses that they need at any particular point in time in one go. And I really want to applaud the ministry for giving us that very first step, because it is crucial to business going forward. But when you look at what that nighttime economy does, and I don't think I have to spell it out for everybody, but I think I will take this opportunity to talk about it, because oftentimes, like I said earlier, we stress so much on the negative sides of when we look at alcohol and these things. But let's just draw a simple example for human beings. Having worked in, let's say, St. Lawrence Gap for a number of years, that alcohol, it gives you mixologists, bartenders, waiters. It creates jobs for persons who, after the night is finished, have to clean up and do things. You have people who have to drive trucks to deliver. I mean, it is a part of an ecosystem that the circle goes wider and wider and wider. And the truth is that when we come out of this pandemic, one of the things that is going to help as some sort of stimuli for the economy is going to be entertainment and the ability of people to get out and mingle and drink, yes, and socialize, and musicians get to work, dancers get to do things, promoters get to do. This is as crucial as it gets when we think about post-COVID, how we are going to recover. And the tourism industry in itself, once people come back into the island again, you know, we have sitting in our hands that product that is called rum. And I listened very carefully to the leader of the opposition when he spoke about the percentages. In fact, two things. One, the amount of money that is generated by rum, so to speak, within the world market. And it says to me that we have a lot of work to do to be able to ensure that our products are part and parcel of that pie. But I also didn't want us to lose sight of another piece of information that was put in this chamber today. When they were talking about Barbados as being the fourth highest consumer of liquor in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, let's get real for a minute, because sometimes I feel as if I'm an alien sometimes when I hear people talking. How can you live in a territory that is responsible for the creation of an alcoholic beverage? A country that, from the time I know myself as a child, wherever you find a church, you will find rum shops. Just as much rum shops as there are churches. Across every parish, every nook and cranny, you will find it. We are tourism based, which means that people come onto the island and also consume alcohol. If you look at it per capita, if you work it out, because sometimes people use these figures to paint a picture of gloom and doom. Nowhere did he say that these people were abusing alcohol. He said it was the use of alcohol. But we are a tourist country, good Lord. We create rum. I mean, and we are small. 250,000, 280, maybe 300,000 if you get everybody counting. I mean, what else would you expect? What you don't want is for people to be abusing alcohol. But I am not going to be one of these persons who is going to come and stand here and try to make alcohol look like if it is this great demon in a bottle. You know, I have to move or speak from the wisdom of older people. And my grandmother, bless her in her grave, she would always say to me, John, everything in moderation. And that is the moral law of all things. If you eat too much, you can get overweight. If you drink too much, it's going to give you problems. So everything in moderation. But I say that to say this, that this piece of legislation, again, is going to be transformational. I would love to beat my chest and sing hallelujah that we finally gotten it done. But having been a person who has a reputation of not being very patient, it is, again, one of these things that I would question not any particular party or any particular government, but a quick calculation tells me 64 years. 64 years that this has been a problem for our people. And we got to do better than that. We've got to. Because, and I listened to some of the other members speak, because at the same time, it may have taken us 2+ years to get it sorted out. For a person, like I said, I put my hands up. I'm not the greatest person when it comes to having patience. I know my shortcomings, that's probably one of them. But the truth is, you know, these are things that and there's some other things that we seriously got to look at in terms of getting these niggling problems out of the way. And as was mentioned earlier, in 1957, these laws were put in place. It certainly wasn't put in place to help people like you and I, or to empower us. They were put there from a colonial standpoint, and that is what it served, the purpose of that particular point in time. But as we move on and as we progress, it is important that not only this, but all other pieces of legislation that you find as you go along that have been niggling and anti-progress, we need to move them. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, I just want to simply say how happy I am that we are at this juncture. I'll be even happier when we move towards the next step, which I'm hoping will be that one-stop shop for all of those persons within the entertainment industry. And I'd also be even more happier if we can get not only the agencies of government, but we can get civil society and parents, the church, and everybody to help with being able to stem the concern of young minors becoming alcoholics. And not just the minors. I mean, you want to stop you want to start there to ensure that this does not become a too great of a problem. It shouldn't be a problem at all. But you also need help for those persons who find themselves in a position where they're still abusing alcohol and things like that at this particular point in time. Like I said, I'm a firm believer in everything in moderation, but I think it will take a monumental effort to deal with some of the problems that were raised in here today. But certainly legislation is not going to cut it in terms of solving those problems. It is, in the words of a song by a fellow called Johnny McBoy, all hands on deck. Thank you, sir.
Honourable member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will make a short intervention here in support of this bill, which, has been a long time in coming after 64 years after the act which it is repealing today. This bill is part of the transformational mandate that this government has embarked on, and I am very happy to be part of it today. I, in fact, sir, would have been born 60 years ago in a rum shop in the heart of the country, a village very little known in St. Joseph, Coconut Grove, sir. My grandmother was the owner of a village shop, which she would have, I believe, financed partly by monies as the honourable member for St. Michael East referred to, Panama money, because her husband, my grandfather, would have been one of those 40-odd thousand Barbadians who worked in Panama on the Panama Canal in the early part of last century. And my first year and a half was living in that village, and then when I came back from England for 2 years, I lived there as well. So I'm fully aware of the dynamics and the personality, sir, of a rum shop, and all the references that we've heard today, and that's part of the tradition and culture of Barbados. We know, sir, that laws were set up, certainly in pre-colonial times, to hinder black business and to make it as difficult as possible for black people to earn a living as self-employed people. And hence these laws, which we are tackling one by one. The law against vending, sir, one of them. And I look forward to the Honourable Minister who has presented this bill today, to him bringing the legislation, the bill to decriminalize vending, sir, and to in fact expunge the criminal records of those previously found guilty of vending. Simple acts of vending which have been criminalized in this country since the 18th century. So historical criminalization of a simple process whereby people are trying to enhance their circumstances and their economic well-being and that of their family. All of this is part of the facilitation of the working class in doing business. And the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto, 2018, at page 33, of course, undertook that we will use the technology to improve the quality and speed of delivering high-demand services. And this is one of them, sir, such as applying for and obtaining the liquor licenses and public entertainment licenses. And so I'm in support of the vast majority of what has been said today, so I'm not going to go over that, sir. I note that the Minister has the authority, as is normal under the Act, under the bill, to make regulations, and we look forward to those regulations being made. As is normally the case with these type of bills, sir, they will be laid by negative resolution in this Parliament. The issue, sir, of the age of majority being raised from 16 to 18 on the issue of being able to buy liquor and drink liquor is significant, sir. And of course, as former Minister of Home Affairs, under which the National Council of Substance Abuse falls, and we give credit to the National Council of Substance Abuse today, as other speakers have done. Clearly, this is an issue which addresses the mind of that council, sir, and this is important. Look, sir, anything in overindulgence is not good. And, you know, we are, yes, a culture that has engaged in liquor, and we are a culture, we're a country that has become famous, not only because of cricket and music, but because of our production and manufacture of rum as well. But we urge here today, and I follow and I join with other members in urging the youth to be moderate in their participation of alcohol, sir. We're into the age of social media, and we all have seen photos within recent times, even during lockdown periods and pauses, of young people drinking whole bottles of whiskey and other forms of alcohol, and naturally, sir, consequentially drunk as tail, falling down unconscious almost at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, under tremendous pressure now, sir, over the last 14 months, having to take invaluable and resources to go and pick them up. The attendants in all kind of COVID suits, you know, to take them to hospital. That this is foolishness, sir, that some of our young people indulging in for a bet to show that they're big, for their ego, and being encouraged by others too. And this has to stop, because we can, our health services and social services can be taking up time on these instances when they are already stretched to the boiler. Millions and millions and millions of dollars that we have had to expend, which we did not plan to expend over the last 14 months in dealing with this global pandemic. And I'm in full support, therefore, of the raising of the age, the drinking age from 16 to 18, sir. 18 is the recognized age of majority. That's the age that you can vote. That's the age that you can get married without your parents' consent, sir. And this bill speaks towards that and is in line with that whole issue. The administrative penalty, sir, of $10,000 again is in keeping with the whole thrust of this administration to decriminalize certain acts and not allow a criminal record to be placed on an individual for something where there is perhaps non-violence, there is no victim, sir, other than the person who is harming himself or themselves, sir. And I'm therefore in support of that too. It's in fact described in the bill as an administrative penalty not exceeding $10,000. And this is important, sir, in this country, as we've spoken about, and as certainly I have spoken about in this Parliament on many occasions, where persons with criminal records find it extremely difficult to get a job, because I think it is about 85% of businesses require a criminal record on an application, or a free criminal record, a clean police certificate of character on an application for a job. But one issue that I wish to focus on, sir, on this bill which is before your honourable chambers, is the issue of the liquor licensing tribunal and the authority, the liquor licensing authority. As the Honourable Minister, the member for St. James Central, said in his presentation of the bill, the Director of Consumer Affairs and Commerce is the director of the authority. And this authority, sir, when you examine the bill, has pretty extensive powers, which we certainly, sir, as parliamentarians, hope will be used with reasonableness, because they can suspend the license, they can revoke it, recall it, and so we hope that there is no arbitrariness in this, that principles of natural justice will be used, the right to be heard, etc., all of these administrative principles which, as you know well, sir, as a practicing attorney at law, have come into focus, especially in the last quarter century or so, because we can't afford for the taxpayers to have to be spending money on arbitrary decisions by bureaucrats, and therefore I would trust that these powers, in a way vast as it appears to me, sir, given to the liquor licensing authority and to the head of it, the director, will be used with reasonableness. The other issue, sir, on which I wish to speak before I take my seat, sir, the liquor licensing tribunal, which of course oversees now the decisions on appeal of the authority. And that tribunal, sir, will consist of no less than 5 persons, as is normal in a lot of these tribunals, the employment right tribunals, severance payments tribunals, tribunals under the National Insurance Board. The chairman of the tribunal will be a lawyer, an attorney at law of at least 10 years standing. But what I was wondering, sir, they say that the Act says that no decision on a point of law should be made by the tribunal taking into account the opinion of those who are not attorneys at law. And I'm not so sure that I agree with that provision, sir, because in a lot of cases, those who are not constrained by legal knowledge and qualifications exercise greater common sense than those qualified in law when it comes to points of law. And there isn't that provision, for example, in the Employment Rights Act in relation to the tribunal under that Act. And therefore, I don't know if the Honourable Minister in his wrap-up would want to give the reason why that is so, why you're limiting decision-making authority on points of law falling within the purview of the liquor license tribunal to be decided only by those tribunal members who are qualified attorneys at law. And I say that too, sir, within the context of the following provision in the bill, which I agree with, that the tribunal may act without regard to technicalities and legal form, and shall not be bound to follow the rules of evidence as stipulated by the Evidence Act. And I certainly agree with that, sir, that tribunals such as the liquor license tribunal should not tie itself up in legal format and technicalities on issues such as these, but should look within other aspects of society to come to its decision. And all of this within the whole context that the decision of the tribunal is appealable to the High Court, where not only on issues of law, but also on issues of fact and law. So I am, again, reiterate, sir, in full support of this bill, which we expect to become part of the law of Barbados, sir. For too long, persons who sought to be entrepreneurs and small business people were fettered by previous parliaments, sir, in making it difficult to do business in this country. I mean, the fact that people had, and even now have to go to stand up in hot sun by a magistrate's court and wait for a magistrate to come who may or may not come before 10:30 in the morning, and then may or may not work more than a half an hour or an hour. And in some cases, you have to do that every week to get a license to sell liquor on a Saturday night, sir. I mean, it befuddles the mind that we have continued with this archaic system for so long. And therefore, the platform in this legislation whereby you can apply for and obtain a seasonal license for 3 months is innovative and noble and has to be commended. And the whole thrust of the legislation that you can apply online rather than have to go to different magistrates' courts to apply for a license, because you want to have a FEC or an event down Bathsheba, and then you want to have one in Weston, and then you want to have one in Christchurch, and you got to go to 3 different courts to apply for license. Time wasting. And if it is one thing, sir, and this government at the end of this term would have taken credit for doing numerous, multiple things in terms of transformation of this society. But if it was one thing, Mr. Speaker, that this government must take credit for, it is to make the lives of ordinary Barbadians easier in terms of living and doing business and being able to operate, because it was just too difficult, sir, to exist in this country, and especially under the last government, whereby Barbados fell from being the 72nd country in the world among 190 countries in January 2008, when the last government took office, to moving down to about 139 out of the same 190 odd countries in terms of ease of doing business. Life too difficult in terms of applying for passports, which now online, sir, I'm happy to have been part of that process. Applying for police certificates of character, which under the last government in 2017 took a whole 7 weeks, 2 months to obtain. By that time, the job that you're applying for gone. Now, in real time, apply and get it same day. So, police certificate of character. Again, the Ministry of Home Affairs, when I was minister, being part of that initial process, paying for your driver's license online now, sir, as I did last year, rather than have to go and stand up in hot sun again at a licensing authority for 2-3 hours, as you had to do before, to pay a $50 to renew your driver's license. And all these processes, sir, others paying your taxes, whether it's income tax, VAT, land tax online, as I did last year, again with my income, with my land taxes. And this is part of what governance ought to be about, making life for your citizens, for the people who reside in your country easier. And therefore, sir, This is a proud day for this lower house in debating this bill and in certainly, as we expect, this bill passing today in this lower house and in the other place in a very short while thereafter. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I rise to wrap up this debate, I want to thank, first of all the honourable members who would have shared their views on this very important piece of legislation. You know, it is trite, I suppose, to thank honourable members for speaking. It happens all the time, almost monotonously. But, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely and sincerely do value the contributions that were made. The honourable member who just took his seat, for example, raised a matter that is very real. We all know from our past experience that very often, at all levels of the administrative structure in government, whether it be at the level, sir, of the politician himself, or indeed at the level of the persons who work in ministries of government and the statutory departments as well, that there are some cases of overreach. Sometimes people behave in an excessive manner, and that is the reason why we created the Administrative Justice Act in Barbados, so as to rein in excesses of an public administrative nature. And I think that piece of legislation really is what will probably be the best guardian and watchdog over any possible excesses that might take place with regard to the authority and the tribunal under this legislation. Obviously, as Minister, sir, I would want to pay a very watchful eye in the embryonic and initial stages of the way in which this is rolled out. But as you well know, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the best wishes in the world, I nor you will hold office that we now hold indefinitely. Ministers come and ministers must go. Indeed, sir, Mr. Speaker, you know speakers come and speakers must go. And that is just the nature of this business. So that what do we have left? We have the Administrative Justice Act of Barbados, and that creates the appropriate architecture for us to be able to superintend any possible excess or even abuse of authority. But I think that in a mature democracy, the honourable member for St. James North has raised a vital and valid point. In a mature democracy, we must be prepared, sir, now, as we shift responsibilities away from places where it ought not properly to rely or be placed, like the magistrates court in this instance, or in the police force in some other instances, and we want to have more of a civic type of establishment, as is consistent with mature democracies around the world. We have to start to trust our people to behave towards each other in a manner that is civic and responsible, and to see themselves as performing a role collaboratively with government, which allows for this society to treat to its members in a way that is developmental, that facilitates opportunity for growth, opportunity for economic activity, opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, for all the positive things that need to happen. And that really is what democracy as it evolves is really all about. I promised you at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I don't think I've broken my promise, we would have in this House today a social and economic justice conversation. And I think that that is what we have had, sir. The debate has really been about legislative assistance to facilitate business, as opposed to what the previous act was, which was really a method used by the Parliament, the colonial Parliament of Barbados in 1957 to obstruct a class of business person in Barbados who that colonial establishment did not feel should be given opportunity in the economic framework of this country. The leader of the opposition, sir, obviously contributed to the debate, and I am indebted to him for his observation about the high level of chronic non-communicable disease and the potential that alcohol can play in that regard. The need for us, sir, to continue to pay close attention to the issue of productivity he also raised. And again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it is a legitimate and valid point. But the solution to both of those things lies more in the context or within the realm of ongoing public education, in my respectful and humble submission, sir. And it lies more within the realm of ensuring that we continue to make people aware of the risk associated with overindulgence of intoxicating beverages, and indeed with any other substances, Mr. Speaker. But the fact of the matter is that that is not what this debate was about. That is not what this legislation was about. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir, was about facilitating business in Barbados and removing the obstructions that existed in the way of entrepreneurs in this country who are seeking to build out their business framework around what the Honourable Member for St. Philip West described as the nighttime economy in part, and obviously those things which are allied to the sale of alcohol in general. Mr. Speaker, I feel satisfied that I can easily restate the basic premises in this wrap-up. For me, sir, and for this government, the basic concerns in these matters is to begin by asking ourselves about the public mischief that exists out there. We have in this legislation, sir, recognized that there was a public mischief, or is, because the legislation has not yet passed both houses. And that public mischief, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that there are obstacles placed, impediments placed in the pathway of micro business people, small business people, medium-sized businesses, Mr. Speaker, sir, and even the very largest in this island at an industrial level, where the access to licenses with regard to the sale or the manufacture or the provision of intoxicating beverages is concerned. We have the second question that we have to confront is the public interest that has to be protected. And the public interest, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if we are going to be serious about business development in Barbados, we have to remove the mischief. We have to correct the mischief and remove the impediment. We have to make sure that our people are given that opportunity that they need at all levels of the social and economic ladder, so that they can go about their legitimate business without undue delay, undue impediment, and frustration. The use of the word irritant has been heard several times in this House today, sir. And that is essentially what this piece of legislation has been. It is now unfit for purpose, and I come here as the minister responsible, sir, to ask the House to support me in an effort to put something that is more fit for purpose in its place. Mr. Speaker, sir, the next question that we have is the issue of how best can we do that? And in this piece of legislation, we have deployed the use of digitization by way of an e-service platform that allows for the people of Barbados now no longer to have to go through the harassment of 4 sets of applications and going physically to appear in a magistrate's court in each and every jurisdiction of the magistrate's court across this island, driving backward and forward, consuming time, gas, money, etc., sir, but to go online and have things done in real time. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the delivery of the license, as I said, without any, in the absence of objection from anybody to your application, you should now be able to get your license back in 5 days, as opposed to a period, sir, that would have carried you into 5 weeks or beyond. And of course, sir, last but by no means least, the question that we continue to ask ourselves as we transform the way in which government functions and the way in which we intervene in the society and social structure, sir, in order to make life better for the people that we are here to represent and to serve. The last question, sir, is what are the special interests, if any, that had to be protected? And in this particular piece of legislation, sir, as I said before, the clear special interest would be those people who are our children, the children of the nation. I could not speak, sir, any more fully, any better. I could not articulate that concern in any way, sir, that is better than the honourable member for Christchurch West Central. I think, sir, that he captured it poignantly. They are the country's future, and we have to protect them. And the fact of the matter is that for too long, for 30 days, sir, would have been for too long for us to neglect the children of Barbados who had been exposed to the access to consumption of alcohol and so on at age 16. But, sir, we did it for 30 years. And on behalf of those children, sir, I feel I have a duty to apologize on behalf of this House to those children, sir, for the failure of this House to act almost in lieu of a parent in order to make sure that that which should have been done was done. But today, sir, is a happy day because we have done that which needed to have been done, and we have done it and discharged that duty in a responsible manner. The last observation I would want to make, sir, is that I think that there were some questions asked about scenarios that might affect people in neighborhoods and so on. And again, Mr. Speaker, sir, the legislation does speak to this, and it captures adequately all of the scenarios that might exist. But what we do that makes this legislation different from that which currently obtains is that, Mr. Speaker, we no longer solve a problem of somebody acting the way he or she may act out of a state of inebriation by giving them a permanent record. We don't, Mr. Speaker, sir, say that because you are inebriated tonight, but you will be sober tomorrow morning, that you should go to prison for 3 months. We don't, Mr. Speaker, sir, say that because of the fact that you were loud or that you urinated on the neighbor's wall, that there should be a period of imprisonment. Rather, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a variety of methods that can be used in order to ensure the protection of people's rights in this matter, in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I said people's rights, the rights too of the neighbors who are affected. But equally, sir, to make sure that if matters relating to the surroundings in which there is an entertainment activity taking place or some other activity on those licensed premises get out of hand, that there can be a vacation, as in vacating the premises for a period of time, up to 1 day if it is an ongoing, recurrent type of activity, so that there can be a cooling down, a cessation of the improper practices. And if it is that there is a fault to be had in terms of the way in which the licensee, the holder of the license, allows the business enterprise to be operated, then that licensee can get certain terms and conditions placed on his license to restrain him and to constrain him in the way in which he allows his enterprise to be run. And by extension, Mr. Speaker, sir, if it is that the matter is so severe that it warrants further intervention, then with due notice being given to the licensee, the director may exercise his discretion to suspend that license for a period of time. And if it needs even more severe intervention, it may be a decision to revoke. But at every step of the way, the director must share with the licensee the fact that he intends to take whatever action he intends to take, so that the licensee is not only appraised of what is coming down the pipeline at him, but is in a position where he has a right of response. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, sir, we don't think we can create the most perfect situation in the world, because perfection really is not known to the law. But what we do believe that we can create, Mr. Speaker, sir, is an opportunity for there to be the continuation of business, the protection of those people who are neighboring to the business and their rights and their interests, and Mr. Speaker, sir, at the same time to ensure that there's even-handedness in the system of administrating this particular matter. And perhaps most importantly, sir, that civil issues, those minor matters relating to how I behave and how you behave towards me, how I behave when I'm at your place, Mr. Speaker, and how you treat to me when I am at your place, that these are matters that need not end up with you having a criminal record and having to wait 6 years or 8 years for that record to be expunged, during which time, sir, your opportunity to get employment is compromised because you are a man who went prison, during which time, Mr. Speaker, sir, your family doesn't have to carry the scourge of knowing that they got a father or a brother who in prison or had been to prison, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because in a small society, what we have done is something that is exceptionally injurious to the psyche and the well-being, not only, sir, of a group of people who we call prisoners, but more importantly, we have done it to a group of people who are largely working class people, because it started out by saying, sir, this does not humbug the well-to-do in Barbados. It does not humbug them, because they can navigate their way through the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune, Mr. Speaker, with the lift of a receiver to reach high places in the society to make matters right. But those who are born into the underprivileged class do not have that opportunity, do not have that reach, do not have that ease of access. And we got to be real about these things. And we have to fix it while we can and where we can. This particular piece of legislation allows us to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not need to tarry any longer. I want to thank, as I said, all members who have spoken. I want to thank the members of the staff of the Ministry of Energy, Small Business and Entrepreneurship. Most importantly, the ministries, Department of Commerce and Small Business. And I also, Mr. Speaker, sir, want to thank the Ministry of MIST. What MIST stand for? Information, Science and Technology. Because, sir, the online platform was a critical part. For us to get there, they played a critical role in that. And again, this is representative, again, of a government that is collaborating across governmental departments and across government ministries. The member for St. George South would have pointed out the very important role that had been played with the legal department of government at the level of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel and the Attorney General's office and the Attorney General himself. So all of those persons, sir, I really feel a sense of indebtedness to, and I, sir, want to go on record formally in this place for thanking them for helping us come to this groundbreaking and historic moment in the way in which we deal with certain types of business in Barbados. Last but by no means least, a question was asked about another companion, a piece of legislation which must come, and that is the question of vendors. And I say to the honourable member who raised that matter, sir, that cometh the man, cometh the hour. That is going to be shortly laid in this house, sir, for us to be able to deal with as well. This government remains fixed and committed to the issue of taking the burden off of the back of the workers in Barbados, taking the burden off the back of entrepreneurial activity in Barbados, unleashing the entrepreneurial talent of this country. And Mr. Speaker, sir, nothing will hold us back from continuing to do that. I am obliged to you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable member, you have to move the bill be read a second time.
I beg to move, sir, that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Honourable Member for St. George North be appointed temporary chairman of committees.
The question is that the honourable member for St. George North be appointed temporary chairman of committees. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The honourable member for St. George North is so appointed. Okay, no, you suspend it? No, he will do it. Yeah. Okay, let's do it now. You wanna move?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that you now
You beg
leave.
to move. Not you move. You beg to move.
I beg to move, sir, that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee of supply, into
Into committee.
committee. Yes.
The question is that that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
The House is now in committee.
Clauses 1 to 3.
Madam Chair, I first of all want to congratulate you for taking the chair, and I beg to move, ma'am, that clauses 1 to 3 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 4 to 5.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 4 to 5 stand part.
I beg to second that, ma'am.
The question is that clauses 4 to 5 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 6 to 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 6 through 8 stand part.
I beg to second that, ma'am.
The question is that clauses 6 to 8 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 9 to 19.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 9 to 19 stand part.
I beg to second that, ma'am.
The question is that clauses 9 to 19 stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 20 and 21.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 20 and 21 stand part.
Beg to second that.
The question is that clauses 20 to 21 stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 22 and 23.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 22 and 23 stand part.
The question is that clauses 22 and 23 stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 24.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 24 stand part.
The question is that clause 24 stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 25 and 26, sorry. Clauses 25 and 26.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 25 and 26 stand part.
I beg to second that, ma'am.
The question is that clauses 25 and 26 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 27 stand part.
The question is that clause 27 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 28 to 32.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 28 to 32 stand part.
The question is that clauses 28 to 32 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 33 to 39.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 33 through 39 stand part.
The question is that clauses 33 to 39 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 40 and 41.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 40 and 41 stand part.
The question is that clauses 40 and 41 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 42 to 49.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clauses 42 through 49 stand part.
The question is that clauses 42 to 49 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you report the passage of one bill in committee to His Honor the Speaker.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Bill in committee. Honourable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that Mr. Speaker, sir, that the bill be now passed and cited as the Liquor Licenses Amendment Act, Cap 182, 2021.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. East Central, right? East Central. Yeah. ICP there.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move. Sorry.
Huh? You been ready that first thing? You been ready? Yeah, you been ready. Yeah, you remember. Been ready yet? Yeah.
recommittal of government notices.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the temporary right to severance payment for layoff or short-time procedure for settlement of claims bill 2021.
And the recommittal of first readings of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the temporary right to severance payment for layoff or short-time procedure for settlement of claims bill 2021.
Question that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Revert to government business. Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the second reading of the temporary right to severance payment for layoff or short-term procedure for settlement of claims bill 2021.
Honourable Member Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill before the chamber, as we consider that we will be considering this afternoon, sir, simply gives validity to the process as outlined last year when we had to come to this chamber because of the abrupt cessation of activity as it relates to, one, the cessation of travel, and just for your recollection, sir, and for the benefit of the chamber and those listening, you would recall that we extended the period of time from 13 weeks with respect to severance, sir, to 22, and we made those amendments to give an opportunity to be able to see where tourism was going to recover in order to avoid significant liability to the various institutions. As you're aware, sir, the government of Barbados undertook to engage in the Barbados Employment and Sustainability Transformation Program as a mechanism, sir, as part of the job retention effort with respect to the tourism sector. And therefore, having extended that right, obviously anyone that the previous amendment had affected, we had made provision with respect to the making of an order, sir, in order to give the validity to the process. And therefore, this effort this afternoon, sir, is just to ensure that we, in effect, sir, just tidy up the process administratively with respect to that, such that whether by tribunal or, in fact, sir, if claims were not contested, that the approval, sir, with respect to the board, sir, would be validated in terms of the payments of those persons that were impacted. Now, you would recall, sir, that we gave a commitment with respect to expediting any claims with respect to that, so that the rights which were delayed because of the extension from 13 to 22 weeks, that certainly, sir, would give validity under this amendment before the chamber. The reality is, sir, that COVID-19 is still impacting Barbados and certainly the rest of the world. And we look forward, sir, to when we can welcome tourists back to Barbados, which will in effect, sir, see the re-engagement of a number of persons for whom obviously this last year, sir, has been a very significant and traumatic disruption. And this amendment this afternoon just gives us provides the validity with respect to the process that was outlined, and therefore allows now for the National Insurance Scheme to be able to ensure then that it can put its house in order with respect to that matter. As you know, sir, the National Insurance Scheme paid out in excess of $150 million, sir, with respect to claims for unemployment. And as we move forward, we hope that we can get the unemployment levels back down as we keep the economy going, taking over. And they continue to, at every opportunity, sir, to urge Barbadians to follow the public health protocols such that we can maintain as much activity within the domestic space until such time as we can recover the level of activity that tourism and the other allied services often provided economic activity for Barbadians. And therefore, it is important, sir, as I speak to you here in relation to not just an administrative matter, but in a real sense, to encourage Barbadians to work hand in hand with the public health officials, with the government at large. And I know, sir, that as vaccines arrive this morning, that as more and more persons become vaccinated, it then allows us to be able to continue, sir, to keep the economy open. And by keeping the economy open, sir, it means then that we hopefully in the next not too distant future, that we can see a full resumption of activity, but equally that Barbadians will no longer be at risk as it relates to COVID-19. But that requires a balanced approach. We do know, sir, that with the supply still somewhat in question, that we are committed, sir, to being able to ensure that we can acquire as much vaccines as possible to allow all Barbadians to become vaccinated, which hopefully will then mean, sir, that there will be very little need for severance, because businesses will be able to remain open and be able to maintain a level of employment that will be commensurate with the kind of activity that we would want to see happen. So, sir, with those very, 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 very few words, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the House and the House resolve itself in committee for further consideration of this bill.
Completely. The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Can't believe it.
The House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the temporary right to severance payment for layoff or short time procedure for settlement of claims Act 2021.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I beg to move that the sitting be adjourned until the 25th of May at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th of May at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 25th day of May, 2021 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.